Before the time of the giants, we lived freely under the sun and moon. Millennia have passed since our kind took sanctuary down here, deep in the burrows of the old oak forest. But now, Vanguard, now is the time for us to venture into the overland again. This world is dangerous, with death lurking around every corner. You will need all your cunning and skill to survive. But remember, not all creatures up there are our enemies. Some can be used to our advantage. The Pathfinders will help you craft powerful armors. Seek them out. Lean on your fellows. And piece by piece, we will claim this savage land. We may be small, but united, we are bigger than any challenge we may face. Tame this world, and do not falter.
Well, hello. It is Thursday night. Yeah, right, Brett, Thursday night. Brad's so excited to see that I've found another early access crafting survival game. I will be gathering resources. Yes, that's true. And hello, Brad, Cosser. Hello, Maxie. It is the skinny mofo lawyer stream. Well, skinny, you're still mofo either way. Lawyer stream, lawyers for us. Oh, Eric, what a spray. We're doomed. You're gonna falter. You can't. Only your supervisor can tell you not to falter, Brad. Is that how it works? Maxie, you predict too much gathering. You know what? You voted for this game, Maxie. So maybe Jagged Alliance 3 was just too unbearable. But I'm still actively playing Jagged Alliance 3. But when I play like tactical games like that, sometimes I feel like I need to mix in that sort of first-person-y running. Well, this is third person. You can toggle. Anyways, that kind of like first-person being in the world type of perspective. And this is a game that it launched in early access in March of this year, and it sort of caught my eye. A lot of people compare it to this game called Grounded, which I actually tried because it was in Game Pass. And if I gave it more time, I'd probably enjoy it, but it didn't really click. It felt very crowded. And I don't know, like the FOV wasn't... I forget if the FOV was too claustrophobic and I couldn't change it. And I think in that one, you're supposed to be like a kid that's been shrunk down by like a honey guy shrunk the kid science experiment. Which, you know, could have been fun, and you're like trapped in your backyard or something. This is like, it's more fantasy, which appeals to me. It's more like fairy tale-y, which I kind of like, you know, like a sword and shield and running around and being a little like pixie creature running around fighting ladybugs and shit. I don't know. It sounded good. Yeah, I always thought it sounded good, but it's not. It's an early development. It's actually got a lot of features, but it's going to be another year or two before it's finished. So it was on sale this week, and I saw it. They're about to raise the price too, which actually they may have already. It may not be on sale anymore. I think I got it for like $18, and the regular price is $25, and the price is going up to $30. Like as they're adding more features and getting towards release, I guess the price will go up. So I'm guessing when it releases, it's probably gonna be $40. I know Brad's going back to the bank to avoid the gathering of resources. Brad, I almost specifically sent you a link to the poll because you're always like, I didn't see the poll, but you could have you always, not always, but frequently, I will put up a poll that I will not 100% always follow, but so far historically, I always have. When I put up a poll, I'm like, I could go either way. Let's see what they think. And it would have let you choose between this or Jagged Alliance 3. And if I recall correctly, you didn't hate Jagged Alliance 3. You didn't particularly like the way that I played it, but you didn't hate it, right? So, gotta keep an eye out for those polls on Thursdays. I guess Fridays for you. As soon as you wake up in the morning in Chinatown, you gotta wait. You gotta check for a poll, buddy. You missed you did miss the democratic process again. I put it on Twitter. And I linked it in Discord. You're mostly done with that particular app? You just don't use it anymore? Have you written it off like you refuse to go there? Because there are people that only do Discord. Like Maxi said he doesn't do Twitter either, but he responded in Discord, I vote for Smalland. So I would have taken that into account. But as it was, I only got 3 votes, and all 3 votes were for Smalland. So it was an unambiguous result that everyone who voted Smalland. And no one else gave a shit who saw the poll anyways. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I'm sorry the stream's not working for you, Evie, but I'm glad that it doesn't seem to be happening to everybody. It's just Evie's problem. You broke the 40-pound barrier. Damn, Maxi. You are shedding weight, brother. Man, no, I've lost a couple more pounds in the last couple weeks, but I'm still I'm at 247. So I dropped a lot of weight. I went from 280 to 250 in 2 months. And then I've kind of been hovering pretty close to 250 since then. I have been gaining it back, and I still have been trending down rather than up. And I think the big thing for me is that I haven't treated it like when I've dieted in the past, it's been sort of an all or nothing thing where I'm just fuck it, it's not working. And then I'm just I'm going to eat whatever I want, not exercise now. Or I'd be I'm going to exercise every day for 6 hours and eat nothing but grass. It's well, that's not sustainable, right? The attitude is not sustainable. So that's why I'm trying to be a little bit more I'm making lifestyle changes that are working, and I am tweaking them a little bit, getting more lenient, seeing maybe I don't have to do 3 hours of exercise a day, 6 days a week. Maybe I could do 90 minutes, 4 days a week, or something, an hour, 4 days a week. So I've been playing around a little bit with it, but really what the idea is just that I want to make changes that are sustainable, that I'm enjoying what I'm doing and what I'm eating, everything else. It's not like I'm sitting here unhappy or depriving myself thinking, oh, it's just thin feels better. What is that saying? There's nothing tastes as good as thin feels. And it's supposed to be some way to psych yourself out of hating what you eat or being hungry and shit. And I'm you don't want to spend the rest of your life not enjoying I'm thin, and the rest of your life is fucking misery. Okay, so Brad, I need to send you direct links to the poll. What about if I just at you from now on? When I put the poll up, if there's room, I'll just at Brad Pritchard. Maybe I could do that. You don't refuse to go there, but you've gone from looking extremely frequently to rarely. I don't routinely look at it, honestly. It's something, but it's not out any principle thing. I look at Facebook more, and the reason I look at Facebook is because everybody I've ever known in my life pretty much is on there, and family and everything else. So that's where I see what's happening in people's lives. And I don't use Twitter that way. In fact, I have a personal Twitter that I made for myself, and I've never used it at all. I think I made one friend with my cousin. I saw my cousin was on there, and then I just never used it again. I'd have to try to look to recover my login information. So all I've got is Gaming Lawyer, And I'm not going to use Gaming Lawyer that way either. So that could be part of it too. It's like I've really only ever used Twitter for like Gaming Lawyer communication with YouTube people, like you guys and whatever else. Because it seemed like everyone on YouTube was connecting on Twitter. Like that was the place. The Samsung Galaxy Flip 5 was revealed. I haven't looked much into this, but wasn't flip phones something that back in the mid 2000s we moved away from, and everyone started looking back? Oh, remember flip phones? Are they bringing it back as like bell bottoms? What's going on with the flip phones? I've seen ads and stuff. I know it's not just like some weird thing that Evie is on her radar. They're pushing it. I'm seeing advertised like, "Hey, the flip phone," and I'm like, "Damn!" I thought that was we moved on. Like that was not exciting anymore. Maybe it's you wait long enough, it's exciting again. Oh, Evie's working the system to get a $62 phone. Good on you. 247, ideal for a middle linebacker. Have you consulted the NFL? No, I haven't. Though, I got, because it gets warm here, and I was reading about, I never even looked into this before, but like workout shirts called compression shirts, where they're tight against you, and also keep you from jiggling as much. And it's supposed to help keep you cool, and they say it's like a bottom layer too. Like you can wear, I don't know, sweatshirts, other shit on top of it. But I put it on, and I was like, this is way too. It looks like a Batman suit that where the whole body, every contour is extremely smoothly defined. And I was like, as like a fat guy, my objective has been to try to find clothes that balance two things. One is to not show all that shit very clearly, but two, to not be so huge and billowing that I look like I'm just like a giant moo-moo man floating through the world, Because then, if you're just a big floating big moo-moo walking around, you're gonna look even fatter. It's just they're not gonna know what's under there. So, but it's funny. What my wife said was, she's like, 6 months ago, I probably would have discouraged you from wearing something like that out in public, because it would have been. Because I was like, is it kind of like Fat Bastard from the Austin Power movies, where he's like naked, but he's completely like, look at my belly, like when it's like clean, like showing every little bump and whatever else. Look at my belly. And she's like, no, you look like a regular guy with a dad bod, which that's, dad bod still means you got a little like gut and stuff. And I was like, that's better than being a guy like a fat dude. I'll take regular dad guy body over fat dude any day. I still don't know if I'm gonna do anything with that shirt other than wear it as like an undershirt for other things. I don't know if I'm gonna go full on dad fat man Batman out in the when I'm like walking, but the thin tastes better than Huel. That's as far as they go. I really, you know how I feel about Huel. Well, I've been doing smoothies for, I don't know, 6 years. I've been doing smoothies, and I was doing protein powder, protein smoothies, until I discovered Huel. Full meal replacement. I don't know if I mentioned. But, I crave my Huel. Like that fruity, wet, I put like the ice and everything else in there. It's like, especially now that I'm using real strawberries mixed with fake strawberry flavor. It's like, wow, so good. Nothing tastes better than pizza. You loved Twitter, but the current management has ruined it. You use Blue Sky. I think really, it's for me. It's just what the services are just like. Where are the people that I want to talk to? And that's sort of whatever is dictated when I use social media that I use. So And that's why basically it was MySpace, and then everyone like ditched MySpace for Facebook. And then no one really ditched Facebook for anything else. It's just social media is diversified into different types of like Twitter and Instagram and all this other stuff. They're sort of like, they all do slightly different focuses. Am I friends with Pokefan on Facebook? No. I do have a gaming lawyer page on Facebook that I basically have not used in 5 years. And then, and personally, there's my personal Facebook, and I have a few people that I've met through YouTube that are on there, but that's definitely not something where I'm just like, hey, while you're visiting the Gaming Lawyer channel, check out this link to my personal real, like, where you can tell where I live and work and shit. Go look at it. And hello, Matus. And yeah, Madros, I never streamed Grounded, but I played it. I was saying earlier, I think it's something that I'd probably get into it, but it wasn't clicking with me when I played it through Game Pass. And it was sort of like the art style, and I think what I mentioned too is it felt like, I don't know if it was the field of view, but it felt very claustrophobic, like very closed in. And this still, it's very busy. I mean, there's bushes and trees everywhere, and it can be pretty busy, but it feels a little more, I don't know, feels a little bit more like an MMO feel in terms of your perspective. It doesn't feel as, I don't know what it is. And then also like that fairy tale kind of theme is, it's just got a, even though the parallels of being being small in a big world is the setting, it feels a lot different. Like the art direction and just the overall vibe of the game feels a lot different. So I've kind of been interested for a while. I decided, they put it on sale right before they're doing a price increase. So I decided it was time for like $18 or whatever it was. It's like, nah, I'm going to get it. Even if it's one of those where I'm just enjoying playing it, but I know I got to put it on the back burner really before too long to let it finish. Madros! Look at that. Madros went to 67 months. You already broke the lurk. All right, hey, if you're gonna break that lurk, you gotta break it proud, brother. Break it proud. And thank you for being a member for 67 months. You even want to think about how much money that is? That's a lot of money over the years you gave to me. So, makes me feel a little like guilty, like I don't deserve it. I don't know. Why'd you give me so much money, Madros? Nah, but I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys, and and Madros broke the lurk. But yeah, I played Grounded probably for a couple of hours, and I was thinking, and it was also while it was still in early access, so that was another factor too. Where a lot of games, even if I'm enjoying them, I won't play all the content that's available when I know I'm just going to run out of it, because I've done that with a few games, and like Subnautica, I did that a couple times. I'd play it all the way to the point where it was like you ran off the edge of a movie set, and you're like, oh, they didn't make this part yet. Guess I'll come back later. And I did that with Valheim. I got super into Valheim, and then I got to where I think I knew if I beat the next boss, it wasn't going to open anything up for me because the next zone didn't exist yet. I was kind of like, that's okay. I'll wait. But I think it's just the feeling of some games just feel good to be in. Subnautica is kind of like that for me. Valheim is kind of like that for me. I have been back in Valheim a few times, not necessarily to be like, I'm going to go all the way through depression, because it's still not done, but just because I like the feel of being in that world. Flared jeans are very much in style. Okay, that was obviously far back. Your lower back is made of potato chips, and I haven't been to work in 3 weeks out here. Caw! Also hot. Caw. I'm at twos. I'm sorry your lower back is made of potato chips. I hope back injuries can have a very long treatment and recovery plan. So you have my sympathies, Madros. That pretty much shut your whole fucking life down, more or less, having an injury like that. So I am sorry to hear it. Wet, gritty Huel. Doesn't your wife discourage you from wearing that hat you have? Wait, why doesn't your wife discourage you from wearing? Which hat? I almost got the Under Armour compression shirt too. But then I thought, if it's a shirt I'm mostly going to be wearing Under stuff, why should I pay 3 times as much to have the Under Armour logo? So that's one thing I have told my wife when we go camping, when we go like drive south into the state. Off of the I-5, there's an outlet about a half hour south of Portland, and they have an Under Armour outlet store. And I keep, whenever we see it, I'm like, one of these days we're going to pull over there, and I'm just going to get decked out in Under Armour. So I can, when I do my streams, I can just have Under Armour merch, like, well, from my head to probably just my waist, because why do you guys need to see my Under Armour, pants or whatever? You're not going to see that, but it'd be for you guys, because I know how much you love it. Your MacBook is in a repair shop. It's been making loud noises with the fan. I hope they can fix it. I hope they can fix it too. I hate it. When my PC, if anything's wrong with my PC, it literally feels like my whole world has got, it's scary. But I don't know if you have that kind of relationship with your MacBook, but I do everything. Well, I don't work on my PC anymore. I used to do my job through my own PC. Now I do have a work laptop, but still, I feel like my PC is where a lot of my personal life happens, whether it's, games or media entertainment or communicating, whatever, planning trips, whatever we're doing, it's all of the computer. Don't you know flip phones are the future? Continue doing video on YouTube, your thoughts on it. Well, you certainly are welcome to do. I would watch that video. And maybe they are the future. I thought they were pretty cool. They reminded me of the communicators from the original series Star Trek. When they go, Spock, I don't know what it is. You better beam us up, Scotty. It's got a real cool, like, retro vibe, But I literally haven't looked at all. I saw a commercial for the new flip phones, and I didn't see enough of it to even know, like, why they were trying to argue that this is going forwards rather than backwards. I assume there's got to be something to it other than people haven't seen them, and then the youngsters are like, hey, flip phones, that's cool. It's like, we had flip phones. That's all we had was flip phones. We finally shook that off. We got smartphones instead. Facebook propaganda is the worst boomer shit you've ever heard from G-Law? What? It's true. I'm way behind on the chat. It's true, though. That's where everyone I know is. Maybe it's because I'm a boomer. But, like, everyone I went to school with, just about everyone I've ever worked with, all my family, everyone's on there. So, I want to see how people are doing. I go on Facebook. And I like to know how people are doing. So I go on Facebook. I did play Farmville. I don't know what Farmvillian is, but I played Farmville like 15 years ago or whatever. You wish I'd stream Facebook games? That'd be tremendous content. Wait, you don't want to watch me play games like Subnautica or Valheim, but you would watch me play Farmville? It seems like it's taking that same context and just making it extremely grindy and, You regret every dollar you've given me, but you're still optimistic about next month's fee. What do you mean? Do you think the price is going to change? I don't control that. Well, I guess I could. But I don't think it changed for people who are already subbed. Can I change it so that it only costs you guys $1? But then it would take me 4 times as long to get the same amount of money. That makes no fiscal sense. Yeah, The floppy hat that I fished out of the trash? Are you talking about my sun hat that I wore at paddleboarding? My wife helped me pick that out. I tried on like probably 15 different sun hats. She specifically liked that one. That was one of the reasons I bought it. We knew, if that's the one you're talking about, we knew I was gonna look like a total, like I'm officially like a middle-aged dude now when you wear a hat like this. This is what you think about when you think about like your dad going fishing or something, you know? Wow, Hunty, very perceptive. Yes, I am playing the Kingdoms of Amalur menu music, and the reason for that is that the music in Smalland is very reminiscent of this theme. But what I usually do is I'll go to get the music associated with the game. Is I'll go on YouTube and just look for soundtrack videos, like soundtrack, because people will post videos of the games that they like. I think Smalland maybe hasn't been around long enough because there was none of that. I couldn't find it at all. And so I actually went on the title menu of Smalland and then to OBS video. But the video audio levels were like super low. And I was like, nah, that's not going to work either. And I was trying to think like, what if I could just find like generic fairy tale type music? And I was searching around and all of a sudden, I think it popped up on that search. Or I thought of the Kingdoms of Amalur music, and I was like, holy shit, that is exactly the kind of music that I want, because it fits exactly the vibe of this game. So, but damn, Hunty, if you're still there anyways. I know you dropped that comment like 10 minutes ago, and I only noticed it now. Yeah, I didn't think anyone would be sharp enough to remember. Be like, hey, that's the Kingdoms of Amalur music. But I forget, there are people that's one of their favorite games of all time, so. What? Oh, no, now I got Hunty excited to watch me play Kingdoms of Amalur. It's not out of the question. It's not out of the question. I like that game, and I got that redone, the Redux version. I just got gamer ADD with it. Because it's sort of very generic, almost feels like an MMO. But I've never played it and go, I don't like this. My continuing opinion of it is like, oh, this is pretty good. Why did I never finish it? And then I'll be playing it and I'll be like, hey, look, a different game. And I'll, you know how I am. But I will almost definitely play Kingdoms of Amalur again. And I'll almost definitely stream it. At some point, I haven't been finishing a ton of games, but I've been finishing some. And you know my philosophy now is to go back and play some of those games that I'm always like, I need to play that game. I need to finish that game. I need to play that game again. And that's on that list. Unfortunately, I'm pretty much spoken for. Like, I got Jagged Alliance, and then it's not... Next week, Baldur's Gate 3 is coming out. So, that's like the next... And so when Baldur's Gate 3 comes out, that's pretty much going to be my game. I might still circle in games like this, because like I said, when I play turn-based tactical games, a lot of times I still crave that feeling of like just running around in a world. Like mix it up that way, but and then after that, Starfield's coming out. So I got my hands full. I got so many games, and Kingdoms of Amalur might be relatively lower on that list than a bunch of other games, but it is on my list. You play the hell out of Kingdoms of Amalur. Okay, yeah, there we go. I'm just now getting further down. Your PS4 deleted your data. Yikes. It doesn't even recognize you bought the DLC? That's weird. That sucks. Comments do get harder to understand when you read them 10 minutes after they're posted. You probably posted that 10 minutes ago. That's true. Especially when I read them out of order. I'll just look and I'll grab one isolated comment. And then I'll just run with it. And I'll be like, that's not what we were talking about. Or I'll look at it and go, what did you mean by that? Did you mean this? And it's like, well, did you look at the comment I did like 3 lines up from that first that you ignored too. That provides the groundwork. It lays out the groundwork to understand the next thing that I say. So where were you then, Gila? Where were you then? You're terrible at reading comments. Here, have another $4. It's by the time for your monthly $4. But do better. Do better. But member for 67 months. I'm not belittling the fact that you guys have been members for a long time. But sometimes I'm like, why do I deserve this shit? You guys come in here and I ignore your comments. I play games you don't want to see. BG3 is going to be fun to watch. I'm looking forward to that. The main reason I haven't jumped into it is because, and this doesn't matter to some people, but first off, I don't want to get game fatigue before it comes out. But you can't even use the saves that from pre-launch. It's not like you can start a game now and continue it once it launches. It's like you have to start over. So I'm like, yeah, it's supposedly such a big fucking game. I'll probably restart it enough trying different characters and everything anyways. But I want, anytime I start that kind of a game, I want the potential to be that's the character I'm going to finish it with. Especially if I know it's like a 300-hour game or some shit, you know? Yeah, you want me to see you want me to play Farmville. You want to see that. Gotcha bullshit, and you like that. Hey, look at that. Look at that, Brad. Brad with the 70 months. We were waving it around, Brad. But thank you for 70 months. You should have spent this money on drugs. Hey, you know what? That's 70 months of small payments you didn't spend on drugs. That could have been exactly the amount of drugs more that would have killed you sometime in the last 5 to 8 years, Brad. So maybe it was like you almost had too many drugs, but because you just spent that little bit every month on my stream, you're still with us today. Yeah, I have. Oh, yeah, Hunty. I have played Kingdoms of Amalur before. I've done it a couple times. I don't know if I've played it. I think I don't know, because I've gotten the itch real bad for it a couple times, so I just don't stick with it. But yeah. You don't like Amalur, but mostly because it makes you think of Kurt Schilling stealing from the people of Rhode Island. I always forget about that. That was like a publicly funded video game. Like the state of Maryland financed that game. It was like a patron commissioning a great work of art. The state-sponsored patronship of the arts. One thing that caught you off guard in character creation was a certain part. And I was like, oh no, it's like Cyberpunk. In Kingdoms of Amalur? Are you talking, do they have a penis slider there? Is that what you mean? I don't remember that in Kingdoms of Amalur. That's the only thing I could think of about character creation where you'd say it's like Cyberpunk and would make someone say, oh no. Conan Exiles also has a penis slider. I don't think you ever get to see it in the game, so I don't know why they have it, but it's there. What they don't have is an erection slider. Sorry. Still with us today to the detriment of other people in the chat. No, Brad, everyone's happy to see it. Isn't everyone here happy when Brad's in the chat? I think, Brad, you breathe a lot of life into this stream. Without Brad in the stream, it would be a much more lifeless place. I would have a lot less to say in the chat because you're constantly saying things that provoke me, Brad. But you provoke me generally in a fun way. So that's good. Kind of like Nick. I don't know where Nick's at right now. I think I saw maybe he's lurking because he's playing something. Yeah, Brad's hilarious. You're happy to see Brad, the streamer guy. Yes, you're quite provocative, Brad. You're quite provocative in the sense, you're always bitching about the games I'm playing and how I'm playing them. All this But but then it's that extra rewarding. It's like Stockholm syndrome. It's like when I do something or play something that Brad approves of, I just get this very warm feeling like, wow, I've done something really great today. I got I got Brad's approval on something. You have other opinions and other people need to know. That's, yeah, absolutely. You're watching your father's dog so your attention is split. That picture in Hunty's like, she's at home, she's like looking at her phone. She's watching stream. And then she's like, oh yeah, I'm watching the dog. And she looks over like this. Or whatever, she looks at the dog. She watches the dog. It's been 30 seconds, watching the dog. Okay. It's like, I have to watch the dog. Like, literally, she's sitting there like, okay, I'm watching the dog now. She kind of looks at him. I have to spend half of my time watching the dog. That's what they pay me for. At least you're not a dog sitter. Sounds uncomfortable. Oh my gosh, James Baker smashed the like button. As he collapses, he's like stumbling towards bed. And he just like slapped down the like button, and then now he's gone. He's asleep. He isn't paying you. I think I'd be paying you in some way, right? Maybe just with appreciation. Maybe he's considering it part of the repaying the debt of, I don't know if he raised you, maybe he did, or supported you in some way growing up, right? He gave you a bunch of DNA, didn't he? You should owe him something for that, you know? Hadn't ruined the dislike button? You mean in the sense that public viewers can't see how many dislikes a video has? Is that what you're talking about? You want to see them? Oh, I didn't know you get to see your own dislikes. You kind of wish he didn't give you his DNA? Oh my god. So next time he asks you to watch the dog, you just say, Dad, you watch my dog, okay? Because you gave me some bum DNA. I just gotta say. And then you present the list of the bad DNA traits that you got from him. And then you'll tabulate a dollar amount for each one, how much he owes you. And then you'll say, Dad, we're going to figure out ways for you to work this off. Okay? But step one is, no more watching the dog. I got GLaw streams to watch, okay? You realize I had to split my attention on a GLaw stream because I had to watch your dog 50% of the time? And then you should have heard what GLaw said when he found out that you weren't getting paid. I wasn't getting paid. I'm getting confused who I am trying to be right now. GLaw said that I should make you pay me. Yeah, something like that. Just take a few notes. Take a few notes. You do your own angle, but that's what I would do. Parents raising their children is an obligation, not some bonus. Well, here's the thing that I don't want to say. Is I want something like, hey, maybe it's for appreciation. He considers it appreciation for raising you. And then it's like, my dad left my mom when I was 1 year old, and he was a deadbeat dad, and I never saw him, and all he ever did is he'd show up once every couple years and like break the television and leave. And it's like, oh shit. It's like I shouldn't have been so specific. So it's like, okay, well, I guess he didn't raise you or whatever. But then I'm like, well, if he took off, maybe give you a birthday present once a year or whatever. I'm painting all this terrible picture of how bad of course, there's worse than just not paying attention too, but I'm not even going to go down that road. But yeah, it's hard to assume that someone appreciates what a parent's done, because it's not always the case that the parent is deserving of gratitude for the way that they raised a child. That's all I'll say. We're not going to get into reasons why that might be, but there's different ways to get to that situation where it's just not the case, where you need to show appreciation for how they raised you. Brad does want to see the dislikes. Okay. Why do you bash deadbeat dads for not being there? But being there for their kids. But we never question if the child has bad vibes or if they're just unpleasant. So, so Brad seems to be taking the concept of victim blaming to this whole context of the child. The reason that the dad was never around is because the kid was annoying. That sounds like how Brad would be. That sounds like if Brad were father, that's what it'd be like. He'd be like, the kid's annoying. It's just a baby. It's just sitting there. It's like stupid baby. It doesn't even understand what I'm saying to it. It's dumb. But it's like, Brad, cut him some slack. You're just sitting there like this, drooling. Ugh. You're stupid. And he walks out. You have a rocky relationship. Okay. All right. Well, I didn't mean to touch on anything like that. But any trauma vibes or whatever. But I understand. I've had some ups and downs with family members too, and that's no fun. But that's a famous tweet. You did not bake that banger. Oh, I didn't know that. It sounds very much like something you'd come up with on your own, Brad. It seems to very much fit how I perceive that you perceive children and how you would approach fatherhood. Hey, Nick. Good evening. Son, we're getting a divorce. And it is, in fact, your fault. Do I use a water filter on my tap water? Yes. We've done that for years. Now, I do think that there are certain parts of the country where maybe you don't. We know people that have well water, and that seems like they don't need it for that. Like, we'll drink their water just fine. But one thing that's surprising is in the area that I live in, like I would think, Oregon would be more pure and everything. But for some reason, the area that we live in, I don't know if it's our apartment complex or the local water treatment or whatever it is, but it smells super chlorine-y. So it's like, I can't deal with the water. I mean, it's so bad I won't even use it. It makes me worried to use it for cooking. And it might be nothing. It might not be that bad, but it's like, nah, I need to see if I can get some of that crap out of there. I think we use just Brita. We've got like a Brita pitcher where you pour the water in the top part and it drains down to the bottom part. We've been using Brita pitchers for a long time. I think for about 10 years ago, for a while, we had like a water dispenser, like where you actually have the tank of water and put it down, but it's not like a full-sized 5 gallons. And it had one button for chilled water and one button for hot water. That was pretty sweet. The downside is after 2 or 3 years, it started leaking severely. Like, we just got up and there was like water all over the place on the floor. It's like, oh, that's a little bit scary. You just open your emotes and you don't remember what's in your recents. I don't even know what that means. You drunk unfiltered Shanghai tap water and survived? Tasted terrible? Yeah, I just in general, ever since I was a kid, I preferred filtered water. And I think it's because I grew up in a town where I think in retrospect, I think I learned what, like, when I was a lawyer, and I learned certain terms. I'm pretty sure I grew up in a town that had a Superfund site, which is like a toxic waste dump where a company would store a bunch of disintegrating barrels full of like horrible chemicals, and then it got into the groundwater. And I remember like hearing my parents talk about that when we first moved into this one area, and how they're like, we need to have filtered water or bottled water, because it's just dangerous. Look at it, Nick. There's being the member sponsored thing for 70 months, eating that bone meal every single time. How does it taste, by the way, Nick? Standard filters, not the Uber filtering ones? Is that actually a thing? or is that just something you're making up? I don't know, because there's probably different levels of filter, but China wants to be some world power, but they can't provide potable tap water. Is it potable or potable? I always get that's one of those words I always get confused about. And then I'll figure out how to say it correctly. And then next time I say it, I've forgotten again. I got a bunch of those words. You guys are aware of that. You always make fun of me. That's right, Nick. The problem is that I don't play enough Skyrim. Well, hopefully we'll find some bone meal in Starfield when I get that. Brita makes two kinds of filters, a standard and a more expensive one that filters even better. Do those filters fit into the same dispensers, or do the fancy filters need like a fancy... They go into like different types of Brita products? I haven't looked into it in a long time. I'm fairly certain we just found a kind of filter that we use, and it's just like the standard like cylinder thing that you drop in. And since I haven't been paying attention to whether they're deluxe or normal, I'm assuming probably we're getting normal ones. If Starfield doesn't have bone meal, you riot? It's a pretty tall order. I really don't know if we... I really don't know how much we should... I mean, does Fallout have bone meal? I don't think it does. Does it? I don't know. The same dispenser, just different color filter. No, but now that you mentioned it, maybe I'll look into it. Because honestly, our water had such a strong smell, or has such a strong smell out of the tap, that it does scare me a little bit. So. Oh, that's right. They all got bones, Brad. Why would you even make an open world RPG without bone meal? That's true. Oh, your niece had your phone earlier and went ham on the emotes. Now I get what you're talking about. So, I don't know. I think I agree though, bone meal. Okay, I'm not necessarily a huge diet soda fan in general, but my wife is obsessed with Diet Pepsi. And so, at least not always, but in recent times, we have always had Diet Pepsi. And we get deliveries from Costco somewhat regularly, like when we need stuff. She'll do an online delivery from Costco. And so she can order a big box of it, and someone will bring it up the stairs for us. So I think it's, when she does Costco orders, she's like, yeah, time to get another 36-pack of Diet Pepsis. So, but I don't go through it the way she does. Like, if I had regular Pepsi, I have a problem with that. I'll drink it. I'll drink it, like, more than I should. Only have regular soda. But diet sodas, if I'm, like, super craving soda, I might have one or two a day. And then I'll go weeks without even paying any attention to the fact that we have Diet Pepsi. Yeah, you saw the Barbie movie with friends. It had a lot of adult jokes in it. I've been hearing really good, like, positive reactions to the Barbie movie. I don't know if I'm interested enough to try and go see it in the theater, but I don't see stuff in the theater, though. I haven't watched a movie in the theater since before I moved to Oregon. The last movie I remember seeing in the theater was The Force Awakens. I can't remember if we saw anything after that. That might be the last movie I saw in the theater. Did you see it, Brad? Oh, sounds like you did. Yeah, no, I've been hearing good things about the Barbie movie. So. And your friend died laughing near the end? That's very sad, Evie. I'm really sorry. Yeah, my condolences. That movie, sometimes the movie's too funny. You started watching Oppenheimer? Are you able to get that at home? Is that, like, available for home streaming? Oppenheimer, that's the one that is more, or Oppenheimer, that's one that, like, if I was like, oh, I can watch Barbie or Oppenheimer, I'd be like, I think Oppenheimer. But I don't know, we'll see what happens. No one other than you in the theater laughed at the final joke. Oh, I see what you're saying, Maxie. Well, I know for a while movies were releasing like on direct to streams, and then there was a period where they would release both in the theaters and on streaming. I don't know, have movies gone to where they're basically going to theaters first and then not streaming till later again? So I know some movies have. I just don't know if that's become like gone back to being the norm. Because I don't pay attention to I don't really pay attention. The last movie you saw was the Star Wars before the pandemic. So would that have been Rise of Skywalker, whatever the last one? Is it Oppenheimer or Oppenheimer? Is it potable or potable? Here's a problem I apparently have with O's. Is it a short O or a long O? Or maybe it's a Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer? Oppenheimer? You had to choose between Oppenheimer and Barbie, you chose Barbie. I think Barbie, any way you cut it, is more intended to be more fun. I don't know if it sounds like it's kind of a movie that appeals to a broad audience. So, yeah. I'm going to have to see it. They're just, I've heard too many people. My D&D group was chattering. We have a little group chat that we do. And they were all chattering about Barbie the other day. But you also saw Mission Impossible, but hard pass on that one. Give your money back. I've never been really into the Mission Impossible. Now, would you say you like the old ones, but this one sucked? Or are you just like, eh? I don't know. For some reason, Mission Impossible just felt too. It just like feels too generic. Even like when the old show was on, I was not into it. It just felt very, I don't know. Just has never been my thing. So. And then, and Tom Cruise. I have a little bit of mixed feelings about Tom Cruise. I like a lot of stuff he's in. But then I'm like, man, it's like some weird stuff surrounding Tom Cruise. Kind of freaks me out a little bit. But Scientology and all that. Anyways. The couch, Oprah's couch, you know, the whole Katie Holmes. What weird, some weird shit, dude. Oh, my nose acting running. I haven't. that was that one day a few weeks ago where I was like, oh, my nose, and my nose is bleeding. I was like, oh shit, didn't happen on stream. All actors are weirdos. You know what? That's true. Probably if you know which stones to unturn, they're all, yeah, that's true of most people, actually. But Tom Cruise has been a little more visible, and I think Scientology freaks me out a little bit. But then the thing is, I've also heard that like the people that work with Tom Cruise and everything, they say he's like a super awesome guy to work with. But I could also see him being the kind of guy that if he doesn't think you deserve his respect, he'll treat you like garbage. Or maybe that was when he was younger. I think I might have heard stories about when he was like 20 years old and just starting to skyrocket into like fame after like Top Gun, of him being like a douchebag to people in public, like, or treating women like shit or something. Some rando like acting like a testosterone dude bro type of thing. You're not sure there's a single Tom Cruise movie you like? But Cocktail certainly had Kokomo in his soundtrack. Well, that's true. All actors are weirdos. But yeah, they're not all Scientologists. I've liked Tom Cruise. Now, Tropic Thunder's got some troubling aspects to it now. Like, I don't know if it's aged well. But I liked Tom Cruise in Tropic Thunder being the agent. I thought he was hilarious. And then, like, I remember I liked Interview with the Vampire. That sort of sticks out. I thought Now I'm thinking about it. I can't think of the titles, but I know I've seen plenty of movies where I thought Tom Cruise was really good. What was that one? Magnolia? He played a psycho douchebag in Magnolia, but I thought he gave a terrific performance. Anyways, I have respect for Tom Cruise. I think he does good work. And then also just the typical Tom Cruise Mission Impossible action type movie. Wasn't he the star of War of the Worlds? Like, I like that. I can get into Tom Cruise being like the Tom Cruise leading action hero. I'm into that too. Rain Man, yes, Rain Man. That's a great one. I love Rain Man. Yeah, definitely. I never watched Eyes Wide Shut. I always get that one confused with that other one he was in. I think with Penelope Cruz, where he's wearing... He gets in an accident and he wears like a mask and he's kind of creepy. Vanilla Sky. That was the one. I thought he did a good job in Vanilla Sky. That was a weird movie, but... Wild at Heart is better than Tom Cruise's entire overall. I don't remember American Made. Or is that new? I don't know. Alright. He's certainly no Nick Cage. Well, it's true. Nobody is. That's true of it. That's one of the things. There's only one Nick Cage. There's no way around that. Oh, I just remembered. Do I have... Oh, I think I've got the right profile set up. I have been jumping between playing Jagged Alliance 3 and playing this game. So I really have been playing both. But... Yeah, I saw there was a Nick Cage expansion for Dead by Daylight. I didn't look further than the fact that I saw the title, like Nick Cage DLC or whatever. I don't know what the fuck that means. I don't know what is he like, is he a survivor? Is he a monster? Both? I don't know what the fuck he is. You may not like Dead by Daylight, but I appreciate their sense of humor. Is Nick Cage like a monster? He's a survivor. Okay. That's kind of cool. Yeah. I like Nick Cage. Ever since Raising Arizona. I think Raising Arizona is the first time I saw Nick Cage or something. And ever since then, I've been kind of a Nick Cage fan. I don't necessarily think everything that he's in is great. He's taken quite a few movies for the paycheck, if you know what I mean. In the last decade or two, but he still does good movies sometimes, but he's just sort of like, yeah, I'll just take whatever pays the bills, because he's got bills to pay, you know, man's got bills to pay. One of her perks takes him from injured to dying, but he makes no noise. He can pick himself back up fully healed. You remember what the name was? Does it have like funny names for the perks? I can see like that being called Leaving Las Vegas. I don't know. Nick, I didn't see Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Pretty sure I jerked it to. You know what? I don't think I've ever watched that movie, which surprises me because that was like, you know, the 80s, and I worked at a video store starting from when I was like 14 years old. I had plenty of opportunities to watch it for free all through my later adolescence, and I never watched it. I know, no, I was the perfect age to to watch it, and I never did. I was always sort of like, I should watch that, but I never did. And it's one of those, like, when I think about it now, I'm like, yeah, I should watch that. I don't know why I never have. It's like all the other shit that I liked in the 80s. Why didn't I watch that? Like, I skipped that one for some reason. Back when Sean Penn was watchable. I like Ben Stein. like Ben Stein too. Why do you hate Ben Stein? My introduction to Ben Stein was Reality Bites, though. And I didn't like, well, I didn't like his character in Reality Bites. The character in Reality Bites felt like a real douchebag. Oh, wait. No. I'm thinking Ben Stiller. Okay, no, I know Ben Stein. Never mind. Bueller. But no. And I know why. No, I don't know why I thought you were talking about Ben Stiller, because I didn't know if he was Ben Stiller's in that movie or not. But I was like, shit, I kind of like Ben Stiller. Hopefully, well, I don't know. Maybe it turns out Ben Stiller is some terrible person too, and I just don't know about it. But yeah, I've always been kind of a Ben Stiller fan. You just don't think he's funny. That's fair. That's fair. What did Ben Stein do? Well, he just became very political, didn't he? I mean, that's all that I really know, is that I think Ben Stein became like very outspokenly political. I don't know that he actually did anything terrible, but if you're going to be outspokenly political, you're going to end up having approximately 40% of the public disagree with your position or more. So if I know someone went from being like just the funny dude that said Bueller to being like super outspokenly political, and someone says, "Oh, I hate that dude," I'm gonna be like, "Okay, that's fair." Oh, was he one of those people doing those anti-evolution videos? Like all those, like the Hollywood star that would be like, oh, for like pushing for having intelligent design in schools or that stuff. That might have been it. I just forgot. I just know that I was like, oh yeah, I know he got political. I can't remember how he got political though. But now that you mentioned it, I am remembering. Like, I think it was like when the whole intelligent design debate was going on, he jumped on in both feet, didn't he? Yeah, a lot of Hollywood are outspoken politically. So, but not all of them are necessarily like doing super politically targeted movies. But although I mean, I under no illusion like Hollywood in general has got like a left-leaning liberal bias. So, I guess you could say that like there's certain stars that very, very intentionally go out of the way to get into these projects that are sort of counter to that. So he released a video on Donald Trump's Critics of Truth where he I'm not gonna just get delving. I'm not gonna repeat that. I mean, it's not terrible, but I just don't. Oh my god. Okay, no. I mean, that's not. I'm not saying it's inappropriate, like language or anything, but I don't want to touch that. After having a show about winning his money. Oh yeah, win Ben Stein's money. Oh, thanks, Brad. I didn't necessarily want you to shut down, but I'm just like, there's some certain. It's like I'm not going to join you there in that discussion. Not to say that I disagree, but it's just like I don't want to go down that road of discussion. You moved him because it was too ridiculous not to share. I didn't know that. No. Yeah, let's talk about Madonna instead. She's a much better role model. Yeah, she's getting a little freaky deaky these days too. Though I'm glad she's okay. Apparently, she, had kind of a serious little health incident happen. You knew what you were getting in there, but you just thought I should really see it. Okay. So, well, I think I told you how I did have like a channel where I was in on religious and political stuff. And I'm pretty sure during that era, I saw stuff about Ben Stein that I had opinions about. But I don't know that I ever particularly like was making videos about like targeting Ben Stein, but he could have just been the guy that said Bueller, but no. Thank you, sleeping James Baker, for your input. Like the Kurt Schilling thing, stuff sticks in your mind and you hold grudges. I can't remember what Kurt Schilling. I don't want you to tell me, but there's a lot that goes under my radar unless I'm really in a mode where I think that's the thing too, Brad, is like I think you pay a lot of attention to what's going on in the world on those matters. And I've paid attention intermittently. And there was a certain point, probably about a decade ago, where I'm just like, I can't focus on this stuff too much, or I'm going to get fucking nuts. And I'm going to end up being angry all the time. And, you know, whatever. It's like, I feel it's like it's been a lot better for me if, like, I have no family members that are on other colors of the political spectrum from where I am, that I don't, like, learn, oh, you voted that way, and immediately, like, my hairs bristle or something. I don't want to be like that way, and that's how I was getting for a little while. And that's how I have a propensity to be. If I don't just be like, I need to put a little bit of space between me and stuff, and not engage. And basically, also not engage. It's not for me. I'm not against other people engaging, and I think people need to engage. I think I've realized that I don't do well when I'm engaging. Doesn't work well for me. You're hyper aware, but you should not be. Okay, now you're on the app. You're on app now, falling asleep to my sweet voice. All right, James, just take a deep breath. Here, we'll do a little ASMR. Just take a deep breath. Breathe in, breathe out. You know I'll be waiting for you in your dreams, right, James? I always am. You too old to give a shit anymore? Yeah, honestly, I think it was probably around the time I hit my 40s. Around the time I hit 40s is pretty much... And it's not like I don't pay attention to it or I don't care at all anymore, but I'm just not, I can't be fixated on it the way that I was, and arguing with people about it, our perspectives and shit. I used to think like I would be good at that, and I, like, in retrospect, I'm like, no. And the stuff I criticize other people for, I find myself doing the same thing, where it's like, if someone does not hear my argument and then concede, like, oh, you're right, I start getting like, well, whatever. And I'm like, well, why you gotta be so stubborn and not change your mind? And then I'm like, afterwards I'll be like, well, dude, I kind of did the same thing. I didn't change my mind either. But I was right. The difference was that I was right and they were wrong. And I know they thought they were right and I was wrong, but the reality was that I was right and they were wrong. So just leave it at that. Leave it at that. Just leave it alone. Don't look at it. James, you had to tap out of politics during the pandemic? Oh, holy. I mean, I still get worked up about stuff. I just don't be like, hey, I'm going to make a YouTube channel where this is what I do, is I talk about all this stuff very strongly, like, that I disagree with and why. You pay little attention to the news and stuff. You don't like being sad, and learning about people makes you sad. That's fair. That's what Amanda is like that too. And she's not entirely unaware of what's happening in the world, but she mostly intentionally doesn't pay attention to it. So she just sort of will pick up what she hears through, people she knows on Facebook. I think that's how she finds her news. She doesn't like go and look at news sites or watch news or have like sources of news that she goes to. Read the newspaper. Hey, Evie, you never cared about that stuff. Yeah, I didn't care about politics. And I think it's being at a certain age at a certain time when things happen can jostle people into caring. Because I honestly didn't care about politics for the most part until 9/11 happened. And 9/11 fucked me up. And then seeing how people reacted to 9/11 that also fucked me up. And then seeing how people used 9/11 later also fucked me up. And all the dialogues and conspiracy theories and all this shit that came up. I think there was a point at which I got jostled into paying attention. And then I started looking at shit. And then I started having opinions. And ever since then, I have been paying attention and I've cared. But before that, I was just sort of like, it doesn't matter who you vote for. It's all sort of the same. Doesn't really affect me. Cool, got this new game. I'm going to play this game. Who cares? That's not going to make a difference. And then 9/11 happened, and I was like watching that shit unfold in real time, and I was like, oh shit, like world political shit is fucking real. Not that I could have stopped it or anything, but I started giving a shit. You do fine with it because you're fairly detached and also a hater at heart. Well, Brad, you seem to have a lot of negative, passionate hatred towards a lot of things. But you're saying it's not because you're specifically political. It's because you just have a hateful heart. Auntie was quiet. You had to rush the dogs inside after you're in coyotes. Oh, shit. Guess it's a good thing you're watching the dogs. I didn't realize there was so much danger was involved in Auntie's job. Watching the dogs is like, there's some real peril. There's some lives at stake. The coyote. You like when people say coyote? Depending on your mood, you pronounce them correctly or not. Which one? Is it coyote or coyote? I think coyote. Coyote. I think the actual correct pronunciation is coyote. But no one says that. No one who is a native English speaker. You were a teenage anti-imperialist and also a current one. All right. I was going to say, is that how you ended up in China? But I wouldn't say that they're not imperialistic. But maybe not like we are. Same with you, except 2008. Well, yeah, shit happens every few years that's kind of big. And so, like, I don't want to get into that, but 2008, it's around one time when we had, like, the huge crash. And then also, that was the election cycle of Obama versus McCain. And the politics got really loud and really nasty in 2008. So that probably was a time, too, when a lot of people who were not paying attention, I think media also got a lot more amplified politically. Like, politically charged media became a lot more amplified in the mid 2000s following 9/11. I think 9/11 was a catalyst for a lot of, like, the amplification of politicized media too. I think it shook a lot of sensibilities loose and, snowballed. But you know what? I think it's time to play Smalland. What do you think? I think I'm going to show you how the game starts, and then I might jump into the world that I'm playing. But it's time for some Smalland. I don't want to talk about politics. Not that I'm really talking about politics, but you know what I mean. Here we go here. 45 seconds of gameplay. Give that a second to boot up. Gotta boot up the game. Yep. It's the last of my Diet Pepsi. I just got a giant full thing of water. All right, wakey game. There we go. You graduate college and the world was like, oh no, you porn now. Okay. Yeah, that was a rough time to graduate too. Try to get out in the real world. All right. So let me know how audio levels are. There you go. Let me take a second to load. All right. So this is the guy that I made, but I think I'm going to make one just for you guys. And let's see. It's going to be a G-Law, you know. All right. I feel like it's having a harder time. It's having some performance issues because I'm doing it while streaming, I'm guessing. I've never had it hang like this. Is the game frozen? Well, it is also in early access, but I've had it hang for a couple seconds. But not like it's become completely unresponsive here. Like to the point where I'm thinking I'm gonna have to force quit it. YouTube would not let you comment. I just realized too. I don't have live chat on. Oh, damn. It just completely reset my chat, too. Am I still going? Alright, I am. The thing is, at the same time, my whole game froze. But that couldn't have been related to you not being able to enter chat. But it's a good thing I sort of caught up with the chat messages, because I just lost everything before James says I graduated college and the world was like, no, you poor now. All chat before that point is gone now. So I'm like, all right. So if you said something before that and I didn't answer you, you have to say it again. Unless it was annoying, then don't say it. I don't remember there being anything annoying, but if I didn't notice it, you know. All right, we're going to be, I could be male strenuous or male Ruben. This is, this would have been accurate in January. But now, I think I'm more like this guy. Oh no! And you know, if I don't see the $100 super chat, I don't get the money either. Thank you for the $100 super chat, Maxie. Nick, your internet is down too? Well, how are you chatting with me? Are you being real right now? Or like literally, is there some sort of a massive worldwide internet outage happening? Oh no, Max is gonna keep the money. Gosh darn it, Maxie. Goddamn, the internet interrupted my $100 donations. Shit. Alright. We're gonna do, male gentle. Male strong. Oh, male regular. Male gentle. Male strong. Wow, that guy looks like a bruiser. I'm gonna go just regular. You know? And then, so they don't have like a million things. Options. There's, I think I do like the first one. Eyebrows. Let's see, straight. That sort of looks like me. Not like that. Bushy. I like ancient too. Ancient's like, actually my eyebrows at this age, I had to trim them, or that's how they get. So I'm gonna be like, this will be G-Law if he didn't trim his eyebrows. Yeah, you're like a fairy type creature. I don't think you're specifically a fairy, but. Alright, and we're gonna have the full beard. Blonde, hazel, I think hazelnut. I think hazelnut. Woodland? Nope, that's green. Orange, fire, sky, violet, white, black, silver. I could almost go silver at this point, huh? hazelnut, blonde, brown. And I wish they had different backgrounds because it's sort of hard to see the hair. And antennae, so different. Here, we'll have these like weird testicle antennas. That's it. I would like 2 balls hanging off the front of my head if I was a fairy. And then you can change the colors. Yeah. I think I like the teal color. Medium hair. Long hair. Shaved ponytail. Short side hair. That's a tough choice. I think I'm just gonna go. I'm pretty sure they do like this. Some of the fairies like balls. Some of them like more pointy antennas. You know. And I think we're going hazelnut all across the board for hair. Yeah, that looks good. That looks just like me. Right? Did I get beard color was hazelnut too? Eyes. Oh, let's get the color. Emerald, sapphire, violet, gold, light gray, ruby, nut, dark red. That's some scary. You get scary eyes. Let me see with gold if I have eyes that actually have pupils. That's probably more my eye color. Let's see. I'm not really green. I'm sort of a hazel. So gold, but it's darker brown than that. But nut is too brown. Light gray. So I think I'm going to go gold. And then, bushy is the way to go. Do you think I should be gray, Brad? What about silver? Let me see. Because I don't think there's a gray option. Is there? There ash? Silver? Here, let's do that. Hair. Color. Silver. Ash. I'd go ash. Alright, that'll work. Let me see. What about eye color? Skin color? I wouldn't go so far as to say that I'm pale, but I would say that I'm fair. I think that's a fair assessment. You saw this game only once being played. You like the concept. Well, of course, you know I'm going to like a game like this if it's done well. I mean, it's crafting, survival, build houses, gain, you know, progressions to build better and better weapons and armor and all that. It's all this shit, like, it's a lot of those ingredients that I already like in games. I'm usually not a face markings guy. Let's see. Righteous. I could see it for different looks going for some of these face paints, but no, I'm gonna keep it like this. There. Let's check the other heads again. Gentle. Male strong. I actually think with like the beard and stuff. Should I go? No, I'm just gonna go regular. You're terrible Survivor games, so this is a no-go for me. So is G-Law. Oh, I wouldn't say I'm terrible at them. I'm probably terrible to watch. But I play to my strengths, Brad. My strengths are being super cautious and careful and boring. Much like I am in real life. That's how I approach life. You want to play with friends again? This game does have multiplayer. In fact, I don't know, multiplayer might be the best way to play it. Oh, what's me? Well, let's call him Garamond, because Garamond is the fantasy version of G-Law. Typical. It's Garamond. And then I think that that means I might be able to play him in the other world. But I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do New World. I'm gonna call it Garriman Man. And then we're gonna start. Oh, and then there's all these options here. So let me see if there's day cycle. I usually like the day cycles to be a little longer. Oh, I think I already increased them. These were settings I had before. Peaceful mode, creatures will not attack, but will fight back if attack. What's, you know, I don't want to do that. Keep inventory on death. So by default, when you die, a grave marker pops up, and all your shit that you were carrying is there. And I kind of like that. But if you don't like it, you can turn it off. You wonder what your fantasy name is? Could it be Hunty? Would it be Elemental Huntress? Just some stuff I heard of. You can change creature health, creature damage, and there is nourishment. Like, it's 1 bar for I think, food and thirst. At least right now. They're still adding, like, basic mechanics. I think, like, just this week, they added character levels. And all the character levels do is, like, you can increase your health or increase the damage you do. Like, you get points to spend for 4 different categories. And that's it. There's no, like, perks or special attacks or anything else. Fall damage, you can adjust fall damage. Okay, now I'm happy with these. I'm happy with these settings. And this is where you can designate if I want to online for other players to join, and then, you know, you have friendly fire on or off. So basically, you have PvP or not. And you can click it as private, so only your friends show up, set up passwords, all that shit. You know, I barely ever play any of these games with other people. Like Conan Exiles, I played with Nick like once. And then Project Zomboid, I played with Nick like once. It's not that I don't like Nick, it's just like I kind of like playing by myself. I play by myself. And World of Warcraft. I played with a couple of you guys in World of Warcraft. Played golf with Brad. All right. Oh yeah, and I played the not Vampire Survivors, but yeah, that one crafting survival vampire game. Intrepid vanguards, your queen is ill, gravely ill. This is why, as your king, I am asking for your help. Venture into the overland and seek out a cure, whatever the cost. Be bold, be brave, be vigilant. That was my voice acting. The game is not voiced. You may have thought like, wow, this game has great voice acting, but if you look down in the corner, it was me just reading out loud. You don't want to abolish the monarchy? All right, so that's one thing. I wouldn't mind making the make Smalland's interface a little smaller. But I can live with that. I think that's one of the only, and maybe there is a way to do that, but it wasn't obvious when I looked in the settings. So, but right away, it's very charming. This is in our underground. I think this is like under the oak trees or something. But a very pretty game. Very atmospheric. I've been tasked with meeting all vanguards before they leave the burrows, as I have crucial information to impart. Keep an eye trained for these owl effigies. They are scattered throughout the area and provide useful hints and tips to help you survive. Outside, you'll find Captain Herney. He'll help you in the first days outside the burrow. Thank you. Grab your torches and pitchforks. Yeah, sure. Yeah, good. For what? Why? What'd I do? The overland is rich with natural resources and food, some of which can be harvested only with the correct tool. You can craft different tools to harvest natural resources. You starting to get excited, Brad? Maybe I just don't like you. I like you. Fine, Nick. I wouldn't have started so many games with you if I didn't like you. Dungeons and Dragons too? You know. None of them I'm sorry, I should have brought that out. I know Brad gets hurt when I bring up PNG, but still. Some resources can only be harvested with specific tools, so be sure to learn the best tool for the job. Press the left. I've customized this. I think by default it was another key. Mouse button 2 to engage antenna mode in order to spot harvestable resources. So antenna mode is basically like detective mode in Batman, but it's actually I use it on and off quite a bit. But so the game, when you get out in the world, can be a little bit busy with vegetation. So if you are in like serious harvesting mode, it can be a good idea to use this. And also when you're first starting, it may not always be obvious what you can harvest versus what is just oh, and you can see as I'm collecting different materials, I'm getting different recipes added. So water will kill you. Deep water will kill you anyways. That's happened to me already. Oh, is there a chest down here? I don't think so. No. Pack of light. Eat the resin does look delicious, doesn't it? Doesn't it look like delicious, like honey or maple syrup? Yeah, and eat the hell out of that shit. The owl effigies and the compendium. When you examine an owl effigy, it reveals useful pieces of advice. This is automatically logged in your compendium, which you can access at any time. Press tab to open it. See all the hints. So, okay. So you got your, your inventory. Speaking of which, I'm going to make my wooden club be my #1 here. Crafting. There's a few things you can build. In fact, let me see. Wood hatchet. Wood club, I've already got. Builder's hammer. I'll go ahead and make that. I don't need to build anything yet. Unlocked campfire, workbench, simple bed, and simple chest. Okay. Do you have to click on the individual items to pick up? Because that's what it looks like. No. If you hold... Now, F does the harvesting, and then they will all fall to the ground, but if you actually just hold F down, it will auto-pick them up. So, it's not an individual item thing. Press tab to open the inventory, see the codex to help keep track of all the workstations and items you can craft at each. You can also check on which armor sets can be crafted by which small folk once you seek them out. So as you go out in the world, you meet basically like NPCs that will craft stuff for you if you bring them the right recipes. Hit codex. So here's like at a campfire. I can make grilled grasshopper legs or mushroom steak. Basic workbench, builder's hammer, bandages. Some of the stuff I can make without it. Oh, okay. We get bow and arrow, pickaxe, mandibular pickaxe. So you need to get like creature mandibles and shit for that. Arrows, all sorts of stuff. A ladybug travel kit. So you can actually tame a ladybug and use it as like a pack mule, basically. I haven't really sought that out because I've heard that the ladybug's pathing is terrible, and this game has a lot of verticality, so I've heard the ladybug just gets stuck on the terrain all the time, so haven't got a ladybug in my main game. That would have been brutal. Would have been brutal for you, Brad, or for me, or both, all of us. Brad, you probably think that I love to pick up in each one individually. See, look, just one. I'm picking them up. You can pick them up individually if you really want to. The Burrow is an extensive network of underground tunnels and caverns that's home to the small folk. The tunnels are incredibly intricate, with multiple levels and branching paths that stretch for hundreds of yards in all directions. They are lit by glowing crystal lamps and makeshift torches, creating a warm, inviting atmosphere. So the reality is, I don't know where the rest of them is, but this has been pretty linear so far. One tunnel, one direction. You don't think I need sprouts? But sprouts are how I get fiber, Brad. And I use fiber for lots of things. I only have 4 fibers right now. I need, Brad. I'm use my Batman vision. I need fiber. And I need fiber for sure. How do you think I stay regular? Heh. My wife can make a mean pixie omelet. Food at the root barracks has become pretty stale lately. Luckily, my sister brought me some fresh insect eggs. At least so far, I haven't noticed anyone having a concept of stealing, so I'll just take those eggs. All you need for speedy repairs is a good builder's hammer. Thus hinting that you can repair things with your builder's hammer. Mold everywhere. Let me see. Did I made the hammer. Since that doesn't get used all the time, I think I'm gonna have that be that's number 6. And number 8, this is how I do. Food is 7, bandages are 8, 6 is the building hammer. Alright. I had my whole little scheme on my other character. Did he just put a hat? What's he wearing on? Oh, that's his... I thought his hair looked like a fur hat. So this is a cozy little kitchen. May the sacred owl be with you, Vanguard. Good luck in the overland, Vanguard. Keep your wits about you and stay frosty. All fairies say stuff like stay frosty. Alright, here's like leaving the gates. Be careful, Vanguard. There's some nasty creatures out there. I know. I've experienced them on another character. Have you heard about the Queen? I pray to the sacred owl. She makes full recovery. And there it is. I think they do like a Fallout version when you come out to the world and see the wide world for the first time. Oh. They play that special music. How is the volume for this game anyways? Do I need to... The last game I played was really loud. So I kind of turned down the game volume slider. And now I'm wondering if it's too soft for this game. But yeah, so that's like when I first stepped out and I saw this too, I was like, oh my god, this world feels so nice. I'll turn it up just a touch. But I dig this world. I think this world is beautiful. Oh, there's Sprout. See, right in front of me. I couldn't even see that thing. I know there's some stuff back here. Sprouts. Some wood. And later you can actually get axes and chop down little sapling plants to collect more wood and other things. But this is like the real basic like resources that you basically just pick up, put in your pocket. Internet seems to be actually back now. How do you keep chatting when you didn't have internet? You mean you're using like cellular or something instead? Alright, a little bit of this. Look at how many sprouts I'm picking, Brad. How is it? Isn't this satisfying to watch? I just like the music. Everything about this game just was sort of exactly what I was craving. It's like very relaxing. You're using cell data, okay. The sprouts really suck. What do you got against sprouts, Brad? What do you got against fiber? You can lose health due to a variety of factors. Being attacked by hostile creatures, extreme temperatures, falling from a great height, and being malnourished. On the bright side, you can recover health by using healing items, or keeping yourself well nourished, or sleeping. So if you build a bed, you'll sleep and pass time. You'll also get really hungry by the time you wake up, so you don't probably want to do that all the time. And basically, on the bottom left are the different health bars. And that blue one, if it's past a certain mark, about, I don't know, 2/3 of the way through it, if it's over that amount, then you'll have like sort of a constant health regeneration. So let me actually eat to get above that level. I'm slightly above it. And then if you need like faster heal over time, you use a bandage. You just want me to go fight, Brad? Okay, and I'm going to ignore all the effigies and stuff, because it'd be irresponsible of me to run down a path and not pick up the resources. Because also, this guy over here is going to make me some armor. Greetings, Vanguard. Welcome to the Overland. I am Captain Ernest Hembekabi. Manikabi. But most small folk call me Herney. What can I do for you? Can I ask you some questions? Sure, what do you want to know? What's the... Oh, because of all the introduction again. What's the Overland? The Overland is what we call the world on the surface. A very dangerous place. Here you won't find all the comforts of the burrows. You have to find food and construct shelter to survive. What tools should I craft? I suggest you start by crafting a wood club, a builder's hammer to build yourself shelter, and a wood hatchet to harvest food and other natural resources from the Overland. You can craft these basic items without a workbench. You just need to have enough materials. Oak forest is rich in fiber and wood, so keep your eyes peeled for them. You can also get some useful resources from hunting creatures. Yeah, it's Manikabi. I act like I was born during the Great Depression. That's how I am in these games. You gotta, when the wealth is surrounding you, you gotta pick. I probably sound like a guy going through a dumpster. When you're being surrounded by wealth, you've got to recognize it. So to build a shelter, you basically need a builder's hammer. Yep. Where can I find food? It's all around you. Just learn what can be eaten and what can't. Mushrooms and wild strawberries can be found right here in this forest if you know where to look. Or you can hunt creatures. Yuck! Okay. And you have to build a campfire to cook things. Need a builder's hammer for that, okay. Well, let's see, and then you could ask him to, well, I told him to report to you for assignment. Ah, yes, I've been expecting you. The Elder Ludwig has requested your presence. Go see him at once. He's staying in the cave just down the hill. All right. So what about this armor you can make? So that unlocked a bunch of recipes. And also, he can make these armors for you. So, let's see. I think I'm going to go with the padded wrap. Oh, there goes my resources. See, that's why I collect the resources, Brad. Because all I could afford was the wrap. So I think light armor focuses on increasing your movement speed at 2% a pop. It's not that big right now. I think there's more gains from using the padded. Padded gives you cold protection and some regular protection. But it's sort of like a trade-off. You can sort of choose which one looks better at this point. Is it getting dark? No, it's midday. It's just I think I'm in the shade of the trees. Going to use your tablet to watch you. All right. Enjoy using your tablet to watch. Look at all this wood. Why is it so dark out here? There is weather. It's looking like it's going to rain. Maybe it's cloudy right now. And the rain will make anything unroofed that you've constructed or built, it will wear away them. But I think this game is very pretty too. It just makes my soul happy to wander around in this world. Look at the butterflies. And then at nighttime, though, all the peaceful shit, like hostile versions of them spawn. So the night is dangerous. Brad probably loved to see me out at night. Not able to see, and like everything, even the butterflies, are like nasty night mobs come out instead. Oh, wow. No, Brad is not impressed by the concept of scary butterflies. But I don't know, Brad. The way you're saying that sounds like someone maybe who really is a little bit afraid. Like, I'm so scared. Oh. And then, but secretly, if you're like, oh, no, actually, that's scary. Brad's putting on his brave face. See, this is the kind of provocative content I was talking about, Brad. Butterflies aren't scary, man. This game's dumb. All right, look at all this fiber. Let me see. I think I do want to build the hatchet. Because I realized pretty quickly food is like, you want to make sure you've got food. That's what will start being difficult for you too. And a really reliable source of food are from these giant mushrooms. And there's a few of these, and all this stuff regrows at certain regular intervals too. So even when you do like rocks and stuff, new rocks will appear and they'll respawn. Now these are good for cooking later. How are my resources doing? Thinking rather than spending a bunch of stuff on getting, got 50 woods. We get a little more fiber. I might want to focus on building a shelter next. A shelter and a campfire. You can build a campfire anywhere, but if you're going to build, why not build a house? You know, put the campfire inside. So that when it's nighttime, you go inside and cook, and you don't have to worry about the scary butterflies coming, the scary night butterflies coming after you. I have found too that the need for this resin, you go through a lot of wood and a lot of fiber, not so much resin. Your feet are kind of hurting. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that your feet are kind of hurting. Oh, I gained a level. I have new attributes points to spend. Oh, that's the map. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm supposed to talk to the elder dude, huh? Attributes. So yeah, this basically, I'm level 2 now. They give me 3 attribute points. I choose between strength, dexterity, constitution, and endurance. And yeah, just like strength increases damage by 1%. Dexterity increases speed by 5%. Constitution increases health by 1. Endurance increases stamina by 1. Seems like, I feel like stamina is kind of an important trait. So, I max that out. I can only add 2. Health is good too. Okay, so I'm just going to do that. I think overall they're all useful, so. And I apply it, and you can see my health and my stamina both went up just a little bit. So, I'm assuming as the game goes further in development, there will be more things that progress when you gain levels, but I don't know. Up until now, there hasn't been that progression at all. It's been strictly like gear progression, which for this kind of game, you know, is enough to sort of satisfy that, you know, people that like having crafting progression stuff. But it's nice to have, like, the actual characters get stronger, too. At nighttime, the butterflies become moths. That's right, they respawn, they disappear, and then moths take their place. Alright, the elder's in here. Close the door. Alright. Vanguard, finally you're here! Because he's old, so he sounds like that. Elder, what are you doing in this overgrown cave? The jeweled clover key that locks the apothecary's chest has gone missing. I fear it may have been stolen. We're here trying to find some other means of opening the chest. You like the old man voice I'm doing here? Who was the apothecary? Melkar was the royal family's personal apothecary. This cave we're standing in was his personal laboratory here in the Overland. He would spend countless days searching the Overland for rare ingredients to use in his potions. What's in the chest? Melkar the apothecary's greatest achievement, the elixir of life. He claimed it could heal any ailment known to small folk. Maybe the disease that the queen has. Uh-oh, Brad's actually afraid of moths. All right, finally, we found Brad's Achilles heel. Do you have any idea who might have taken the clover key? The key was locked in the royal vault, which is always under heavy guard. Only the king and I are allowed entry. That theft was noticed when the queen became ill, and the clover key was needed, but it could have happened some time ago. Have you tried forcing the chest? We dare not. The chest is heavily reinforced, and we would risk destroying the elixir within. They've thought of everything. We've received troubling reports from the overland settlers in the forest. It seems as though the creatures in this area have become unusually agitated and aggressive. Oh, Brad will be happy to hear that. Seek out these settlers and investigate their claims. Does this have anything to do with the clover key? It is an interesting coincidence, but we have no evidence to suggest that there is a connection. I bet there is. You'll find the settlers scattered throughout the forest, so I have marked a location on your map. Be careful, Vanguard. The wilderness is filled with danger. Herney and Kalev can help you survive here in the Overland. I shall leave now. All right. So, grab stuff. So I'm guessing this is the chest that they can't open. Oh, I got a little distracted by all these resources in here. All right, examine. It looks like a chest made out of walnut. On the back, there are hinges. The front has a strange cavity in the shape of a four-leaved clover. You say, try to open the chest. You try to force open the chest, but it won't budge. Examine the cavity. You run your hand over the four-leaf clover cavity, and the bottom section moves slightly when you press it. Press it. Nothing happens. All right, so that's all that we have to see here right now. The cavity, pressing the cavity, does that seem creepy? Can I get a rubber glove? Time to examine the cavity. Oh, I'm always examining cavities. It's important. Gotta know what's in there, you know? There's lots of discovery to be found. Oh, I'm hungry and thirsty. All right, time for some, my last mushroom steak. All right. So, let's see on the map. So we started with Herney. Here's the Elder. That's where I spawned. And that is right now my spawn point. You use beds to change your spawn point. So the two people they've marked on my map are there's Caleb, who's pretty close by, Drustana, who clearly is far away. So I think the idea is we set up a little base around here somewhere, and then Caleb is the guy. And I think I like this spot for a house. Let's see. I didn't realize these torches here. Maybe I'm not supposed to build here. This is like an overlook. We'll start with some foundations. I think starting on the higher ground is better. Well, look, get rid of these giant bushes. They're kind of a pain. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. It's being a little finicky. Okay, there we go. Why don't we do like a 3x3? Even though I'm going to be destroying some natural resources in the process. Building. You went to your dentist Tuesday for your monthly cleaning, and you had your monthly cleaning. No wonder you don't have cavities. You said they said your teeth was perfect. I think I recall you reporting such a thing last month too. I'm glad that your teeth are still cavity free. Classic G-Law, building pointless garbage. Let's see. I think I like there's a smooth side and like a woodsy side. I think I like it like that. And some walls. I wouldn't mind if I could raise the foundations. I don't like having grass in my house. And a little doorway here. And a little door. And let's get some roofs up in this. Where do I want? I think I'll put the fire over there. I think that the fireplace is purely cosmetic, but one of these roof things has a fireplace. Sort of different. I like this sort of sweeping roof style. And we'll do a little chimney one here. Yeah, some games, if you don't have a chimney and you try and build a fire, you know, it gets like where your house actually gets filled with smoke and you lose health. But this game in the chimney doesn't even come through. It's just on the you only see it from the outside. But I still like having one, damn it. And get a little oh, that's if you wanted to have like a round house. Okay, this will just cover up the last little bit up there. And let's see, we definitely want a fire, so I'll put the fire under where I put the fireplace. We should have a bed. Is that workbench, simple bed? Because having a spawn point is good. And we should definitely have a workbench, shouldn't we? Have a workbench. This will be like the workbench wall. Oh, 6-month cleaning. Okay. Because I remember you recently talking about how you haven't had cavities in a long time. And I was like, oh, maybe that was your last monthly cleaning. But I missed it. You said 6 months. But there it is. You did say your 6-month cleaning. Put the bed in the fire. But Brad, what if it burns? How will I sleep on it if it's in a fire, Brad? Why have you not thought of these things? Here, we'll put a little chest here too. For a couple chests. Can I get 2 chests in here? Oh, not quite. Here, then I'm gonna get rid of that. Just have 1 chest centered under this window. All right. I like that. Sleep in the fire. Nice, but does this room make you feel like getting frisky, Maxie? Oh, I should build stairs too. Actually, though, I feel like I didn't center the house well. But it's too late now. The front door should have been here. But I think I wanted to make sure the corner foundation was at a high spot. I could have done that on this side. Anyways, it's okay. It'll be okay. Whoops! Don't hit the house. Building. Oops, that's crooked. All right. So, all right. So it's not perfect. It really it's off center, but I'm not going to rebuild the damn thing. All right. Let's cook up some more of them mushroom steaks. And eat some said mushroom steaks. And let me see. Is it? Oops, it's getting dark yet. So this thing turns clockwise. So this means night as approach. Night approaches from the left, which is a little. I think in a lot of games that have these sundial things, it goes the other way. So I was a little thrown off by that. But this means it's going to be nighttime soon. I know there's more mushrooms over here, so I'm gonna cut down some. And I see some more mushrooms down there. And some more mushrooms over there. Right now, I'm on a mushroom gathering expedition. Mostly because it's going to be night soon, and I think I've got enough mushrooms, but when you sleep, you end up waking up and being all hungry. So I don't like the idea of being low on food when I go to bed. And there's some little guys right here. Ladybug level 1. I bet I could kick the shit out of that. Here, I'll take my club to it. Hey, where'd you go, buddy? Oh no. Come back. There is escape. It's too fast for my shit. Okay. Fine. You got away this time, but Ladybug. I bet they're filled with delicious stuff in... Oh, it's coming back? Are you coming back? Sorry, this guy's looking at me like, that was my brother. All right, insect fat, insect eggs. All right, hey. Oh, that's a lady. That's a level 10 ladybug. Oh. What are you... Oh, my shit. Ah! A bull ant mandible. Well, now I can make a pickaxe. Alright. I fought something, Brad. Are you having fun yet? Alright. Yep. Time to get out of here before the evil ladybugs come out. Da-da. Da-da. Classic. Classics right there, Maxie. All right. I gotta go home, Butterfly. Gotta hurry home before you turn evil. Scare Brad by being a moth. All right. Thank goodness we have made it to the safety of our home. We're good. Ant skewer. And... oh, so many mushroom steaks. Yeah, do you think I need some lube? It is squeaking a little bit, isn't it? I've heard worse. I don't know. It's kind of charming, though. Come on. It's not that bad. We can live with it. Let's see. What else do we need? Wood hatchet. We can make the pickaxe. Torch I haven't really had use for yet, because I don't spend a lot of time out at night. You know. Food hatchet needs... is that... there's another word. Is it chitin? 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 That's another word that I don't know how it's said, even though I've been seeing the word for 30 years. And I've never bothered to find out. Chitin? I always say chitin before, but I think that's wrong. That's just like what it looks like. Is it like chitin? Not kitten, like cat. Baby cat. Got a wood hatchet, stone hammer, simple bandages. And I could use a couple more. I'll get up to 5. A wood club. Oh, wood sword. Okay. I say I should have more fiber. So, bow, arrow. And then now I can actually make the armor that guy can make here at the workstation. So I don't need to go back to that guy. See, we'll poke our head out. I'll show you nighttime. The scary mods out yet? No, they're still cute mods, but I think it's just about to switch over to nighttime. Oh, that's pretty. It sure is windy today. Better go kiting. Kiting. Okay. So here's the sad thing, Brad. It's not... oh, they're changing. See? They even kind of look like they got, like, fucked up faces. Markings on their faces when they turn night. But look, they're pale. Ghostly looking. Kind of scary. That's why I like to stay where it's light. Where there's nothing can harm me. Alright, I think I'm going to put the extra armor that I'm not using in there. Yeah? Alright. Let's have us a little nap. No, well, they kind of like disappear and then moths take their place. So yeah, literally at night, stuff becomes creepy and evil. Oh, did I not sleep? Okay, here we go. There you go. Very vigorous sleep animation kick in. Fell into a deep slumber. That's what happens to me at night. I fly onto my bed in high velocities, and then I sleep deeply, and then suddenly it's morning, and I just jump. I launch out of bed. So that's very true to my real life. So let's see. There's still first thing in the morning. Yep. Still not quite morning time yet, but it's getting light out. So let me see. I'm gonna have another. Oh, I should have eaten one of the other foods that I have one ant skewer and a bunch of mushroom. I like eating the one-offs first for inventory reasons, you know, because they're the same. What am I running low on? Fiber. Fiber's the bottleneck right now. Hey, look, the mushrooms have grown back, though. I wonder if I should cover the stairs. Yeah, you know what? I think I will. Let's see. Are there any cute little, like awning type things? That's a corner. That's a corner. That's not centered. I don't think there's anything that serves the function that I'm looking for. So I'll just have the flat out. There we go. Just have that just be covering the front porch so that when it rains, hopefully that means that it's not, my stairs aren't going to get ate. Uh-oh. Are these longer stairs? Hold on. I just realized. Oh, that's better. Okay. The other stairs were like half stairs, so I kept like running into them because they didn't extend down far enough. Okay. So mushrooms have grown back. Look at this, look at that. So, and actually what I'm thinking now is I might just pop into my other game. So, because you sort of seen the idea, the progression. I don't think you all are here for like, well, we want to see the entire story in a linear fashion. Unless anyone objects. Does anybody object? You like to keep watching me play Garriman? So the main purpose of this was just to show you the beginning of the game so you can get that kind of taste of like as the world's sort of being introduced. Although it is fun to start over, but I literally just started this game yesterday, so so many resources. You know what this reminds me of a little bit? If any of you guys ever played EverQuest 2, they had in Greater Feydark, if you could start as an elf character, and they actually created these, I forget what they were called, but they're like pixies, like fairies. We actually have wings and shit. And they're small. And this reminds me of EverQuest 2 that zone when you start as the fairies. It's like very like fairy tale-ish. And I always liked that zone. I was never someone that got super into EverQuest, like the way I got into World of Warcraft. Well, EverQuest 2, rather. When EverQuest 1 was my first MMO, and I got, like, stupidly into that. The game was designed to be, like, Evercracked, they called it. They called World of Warcraft World of Warcraft, but EverQuest 1 was literally, like, you could not get anything done in that game if you didn't play for at least 4 hours straight. Alright. So we're going to save. I'm going to quit. I'm going to go and jump into my other game. And this will be my first time switching games, too. So, okay. Go play. Garmin. Strom. That's my main dude. Strom is like the main name that I use for any warrior-esque fantasy character. I tend to use the name Strom. We'll select him. And I guess we can choose the 2 worlds, but we'll have hit Strom in the world that Strom has been building up. And I guess that means, too, that you can build a character's stats up and stuff and then launch them into a brand new world, or presumably take your character you've been building up and jump into somebody else's world. No, I think we talked about this before. And then I remembered that I got it wrong, but it was based on this. But there was like an adventure book when I was a kid that I read. And there was a character. It was like a choose your own adventure, but where you roll dice to do combat sometimes. And there was one I got called Death Trap Dungeon. And there was a character in Death Trap Dungeon that you ran into that was like, I thought was really cool because you didn't fight him. He was like someone that could sort of help you. And I think his name was Throm. Throm. But then the first time that I came up with the character Strom, it was a variation, because sometimes I'll remember names that I liked and then be like, how can I mix up a few letters and make it a little different? And it was Throm, like Throm. And I remember, I thought it actually, when I brought this up within the last year or two, I thought the character's name was Strom in that book. And I actually looked up that book and realized, like, no, I think it was Throm. Yeah, my previous character was Jesse Helms. That's right. I just created this elaborate backstory because I don't want you guys to know that I'm a big Strom Thurmond fan. So, anyways, this is Strom. He's pretty cool. One thing that I didn't realize until I was getting ready for this stream, too, because I mentioned when I was trying to find background music for the background video, there were no YouTube videos, so I jumped in and recorded a little section to see if I could capture some music for my background video. And when it came up on OBS, I realized that I've been playing this game in 1080p. I was like, oh shit. Because it didn't act fiddly, like when you're playing a game at a different resolution. Usually it's on multiple monitors. Usually it screws up the other desktop. It wasn't doing that. So, anyway, but then I realized I wasn't playing in 1440p. And when you play something on a monitor, like lower than its native resolution, it can look a little washed out. So I was playing this game thing. It's beautiful, but yeah, the graphics are a little bit crude. I mean, they are not necessarily the most amazing graphics ever. Like the character models, you're not going to look at it and go, wow, this is the best character model I ever saw. But before it was a little like blurry and like the textures were, whatever. So now I'm enjoying the fact that he actually looks, like his textures are clean now. All the textures in the game are very clean, and they were not so far until tonight. When I've been playing this, they have not been. Just like Strom Thurmond. Yeah, I intend to have kids. Is that what Strom Thurmond is famous for? I think Strom Thurmond is before my time in terms of giving a shit about public figures. Oh yeah, I should eat. So I got all the, a whole bunch of the mushroom steaks. Big problem I got right now is I did build one of those crude hatchets, which you need chitin for. See, I got it, Brad. Chitin. But then I realized when things degrade, you can come back and fix them. But if they've degraded enough, you need ingredients to fix them. And I think depending on how much they've degraded, you may need more. And this one, I didn't think to fix it, they'd make me... To fix it, they're actually making me get... Now, it took 4 to build it, but they're making me get 1 more chitin to fix it. Which is... And these other ones, because they weren't that degraded, don't cost anything. So I think it could be worth it to try to fix things before they get in this bad a state. Because chitin's a little... At least in this stage of my career, is a little hard to get a hold of. He's famous for being a racist, but also that. Alright. South Carolina senator for far too long. Well, see, you'd know because you were in South Carolina, though. It's like funny electing a 90-year-old instead of letting him die in obscurity. Chitin makes you watch. Yeah, chitin. I think Morrowind is probably where I first heard the term and started calling it chitin. You want me to just play some Morrowind? How about Elder Scrolls Online Morrowind expansion? It's very Morrowindy. At least in aesthetic. Time of day, is it? Just very famous, infamous. Well, I remember the name. But I remember the name was familiar. But I don't know how long he was popular. Or how long he was famous for being a racist and being an old senator. But by the time I became politically aware, he wasn't on my radar. When I became politically aware in the mid-2000s, he wasn't on my radar. And maybe he was still operative then. Not everybody was on my radar. My radar took a while to expand. He was still the senator when you moved down there. I'm not sure when you moved down there. You'd rather watch me play a normal RPG, although you kind of want to see the ESO version of Morrowind. I played a little bit of it because I have, you know, a bunch of the expansions. I can't remember if I bought it specifically or if it... Like, it's those things where if you buy the most recent one, it unlocks everything. And I remember it was very much like, wow, this is cool. They really, you know, did a good job of bringing Morrowind, and it's a different era. It's not the same characters and stuff, but of bringing Morrowind into like a modern-ish game. In 1995, okay, I got you. So a little while ago, in other words. I know that was before I gave any shits about politics. Politics, and people be like, "Who are you voting for?" And I basically say like, I'm going to leave the voting for people who give a shit. That was like my official position. So you can see this is the house that I built originally in the same spot where you saw me build the house. And I did have this much more centered before. This was much better. Although, did I build over those? Okay, no, there was the torches are here. So I basically have the house set up just a little bit differently. I think I did start. All right. Anyways, I'm obsessing over that. It's also it's a 2x3, so it's a smaller house. So I do have another larger house further in the world where it's a 3x3, so I have room for more workstations. But it works out because there's not a ton of like more advanced resources right here anyways. Joe Biden eulogized him. I'm not getting into further here, but yeah. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Do I need... I don't think I need to collect any... Actually, fiber I could stand to run into fiber on my way. On my way down the hill. No, I don't need wood. Leave the wood alone. I don't even think I need mushrooms at this point. I think I've got a lot of food back at my other house. But I do need fiber. I think I hear some ants. No? There's an ant. Some ants are hostile. I think the big one over there is hostile. Yikes! I can one-shot some of these guys with my sword. Anyone else coming? Nope, don't need the wood. I'm at officially a point where I don't need to hoard materials just now. Bet these large bugs make the game basically unplayable for people with certain phobias. I think there's specifically a spider phobia mode. Alright. But I think that's the only thing. Settings. There's an arachnophobia mode. I'm curious to see what the difference is when I turn it on. I'm assuming it only applies to spiders. But I'd be curious to see if suddenly ants... Like, what was that game? Satisfactory had an arachnophobia mode that turned all the spiders into kitten faces. It was just kitten heads. And they come up and they, like, have these little mew. They, like, all come after you, this floating kitten heads, and they just, like, mew. Alright. I need to... Oh, sure, I haven't... Okay, let's do strength. And let's give me some dexterity. We're being very, very even all the way around. I think we're gonna get the last one into endurance. So, this little body of water will kill you if you try to cross it. Or I think it will kill you. So I actually built this bridge. Oh, here's some more sprouts. And there are some ants right on the other side. And part of me is like, yeah, I could have built a house over this water. That could have been cool. But I was like, nah, I have a house up there and a house up there, so. Alright. Come on! Come on and get me. I think I might actually be damaging my bridge. Did I actually damage my bridge? Let me see. Yeah, I did. Alright, come fight me on this dirt. Don't fight on my bridge. I gotta fix my bridge. Oh, and I keep my warrior helmet off because I like my flowing locks, but I keep forgetting I should put that on if I'm going to be fighting. Alright. Let's see what... Did I really damage? Oh, damn it! I hit the wrong button and I got rid of it instead of fixing it. Here, let's, Nobody saw anything. Okay, R... is for repair, not C. Okay, those are just the ones that I hit. Alright, we're just gonna take a shortcut up here. We don't need to kill every ant in the world every time we go to my other house. My other house is a little bit of a mess right now. I was trying to expand it. Oh, I need to nourish. I need to nourish myself. I know there's some ants around here, but I don't know if I don't think they're hostile. Alright, I guess that doesn't look awful, but really what this was is it was me trying to build another level, and then realizing that there's structural requirements in order to build the roof all the way across. And so, because I was like, oh, I should build a second story. And there are ways that I could make a weird second story this way, but I think what I've learned is you have to build. You don't get like support poles until you're building with wood instead of, you know, essentially leaves and sticks. So once I got to that point, I was like, it sort of took the wind out of my sails to keep. So now I just got a really weird looking house, you know? So this is other house. I've got more stuff in here. Let's see, the cauldron. Most of it I can't make yet, but I have the workstations. Ooh, seed oil. Yeah, seed oil is good. And refined wood is good. Although I don't know what all I need refined wood right now for. I think I'm gonna refine until I've got 2 stacks of wood here. I'm gonna refine until I'm down. Either I run out of seed oil. You need seed oil to make refined wood. It's seed oil and regular wood makes refined wood. Oh, no, just ran out of seed oil. And seed oil you can only get from chopping down a certain thing that requires the chitin axe. And as I mentioned, the chitin axe is damaged. It's about to break. And I need chitin to fix it. Which is why I want to get chitin. See, it is not nighttime, right? Nope, it is definitely, it's midday. It's just a little bit dark outside. Let's see. I still have a lot of flipping wood. And keeping the stone on me. The wild strawberries. Let's see. I think this is like my food thing. Food and other random shit. Here, let's put the other random shit. I know. I'm doing inventory management. Bugs and lymph. I think this is going to be insect fat, poisonous mushroom, screw. All right. These are like cooking alchemy thing too. So this will be like basically for that, and then we'll put just other resources in here. And petals, finishing touch on a range of dishes. So petals would go good in here, and insect fat. And I believe insect eggs would go good. Do I have insect eggs in this other one? Yes, I do. Let me get those out of there. All right, I got 4 ant heads. Wait, can I make anything good with ant heads in the cauldron? No. Grasshoppers. You don't have the time or patience for weapon durability. Well, Brad, I think we've established pretty well that you pretty much are not into these kinds of games. You know, Project Zomboid has a lot of weapon durability. You don't like playing that, but you sometimes like watching it. But yeah, there is definitely weapon durability. I can't remember if that's one of the slide. I don't think that's a slider you can turn down either. Although there's a creative mode if you just want to not deal with any of the challenges of the game. I don't know if that affects durability though, honestly. All right, so this actually also looks like a cooking thing. The crowbar rarely breaks. Try to damage a crowbar. I use a crowbar in Project Zomboid all the time. It will break eventually, but it does last a long flipping time. All right, let's cook those ant heads. And then I think we'll put we have an ant head stack going in here. See, this is why I'm not collecting mushrooms anymore, because I think I got enough. All right, still still midday. We're still good. You like watching Zomboid so you can vicariously smoke through me. Okay. I didn't know that there was anything that you liked about watching me play Project Zomboid. Aside from that you generally like Project Zomboid when other people play. Yet another example of Brad and his provocative commentary. It's just the smoking. So it's like a fetish thing. Alright, I think there was a big cockroach that spawns up here. That's got some chitin, you know? A little tricky to get up this rock. There we go. Alright, there's a big fucking ant. Should I take out? No. I would like to take the cockroach out without the ant getting involved. Last time I fought the cockroach, an ant did in fact become involved. Ow! Okay, yeah, it sure did. Happen again. Okay, no more of you. What? Another fucking ant? Damn it. Oh, did I stun him? So, yeah, see, this is like really advanced Dark Souls, like, combat, you know? Alright, goddamn, all that for one chitin? I mean, that'll fix my axe, but I was kind of hoping to get a back supply. Look at that, half my health is gone. Alright, I think it's time to actually use a bandage. Alright, nope, I don't need wood. Nope, right? Don't need wood right now. Eventually, someday, I'm probably going to be like, why? I should have been hoarding wood this whole time. Full ant manimal. I don't think this is... I think this is a spawn point for the cockroach. You can't actually go into that. So I watched videos of people comparing this game to Grounded, and they said that's one of the differences is that Grounded actually has, like, dungeon-type things that you go into, and this game doesn't as much, or at least... not in the same way. Ooh, ants. Or, bees. I don't know. Bees. Not sure how I feel about bees. But yeah, I would like to, oh yeah, fiber we definitely need. Hello, I see you there. Ah, even with the dodge roll you got me, huh? Needs a wood hatchet. Oh, rye. This is the stuff. Okay, I'm going to use the rye. This will let me see if I deplete it all the way down to 0, if it'll make me need 2 chitin. Because as it was, I only needed 1 chitin. But I'm about to bust this thing down to 0. In the name of science, even though it could be a pain in the ass. Why am I pushing it, though? I bet bees don't have chitin. Oh, look, there's just berries lying on the ground. I'll take that. Oh, they look so delicious. What? Well, often I'm not a fan of those kind of berries because they're very seedy. But I have had like blackberries and boysenberries that were like really fresh and really good. Most fruits are like that. There's a lot of fruits that I normally it's like, I don't like them. But if you catch them at the right time, like holy fuck, that's amazing. We had, I think it was blackberries we had growing in our yard. At certain times of the year, they would just explode, like grow everywhere, and they were so sweet, so delicious. Sprout. I should focus on getting more sprouts too, because I can use them to make bandages. Then I won't have to be so stingy about losing my health. Blackberry tea? You like blackberry liqueur, Brad? Is that what you're saying? Hey, buddy, your crude hatchet is badly damaged. It is. It is very badly damaged. Oh, what are those flower things up there? Okay, there's definitely some bees over here. I'm 99% sure that fucker is going to attack my ass. Okay. Oh, he wasn't that tough, was he? Oh, I got like poison or some shit? Alright, well that definitely hurts. That definitely hurts, and I definitely need to be nourished. And I think I'm gonna have a bandage too. Alright. Poison dart! Hey, well there's something else that I can use poison mushrooms for, I'll bet. Insect sting, poison arrow, poisoned mace. Wow, that's some real wicked shit. Okay. I need the wood hatchet better. Or wood hatchet. Is this the one that I have? That I'm using is the wood hatchet? That's a crude hatchet. Which one is the wood hatchet? That was the basic one? Why do I keep using this super expensive hatchet then? Okay. Because I can make wood hatchets whenever I want. Here, let's do this. We'll replace that so that I can bring up this wood hatchet. Because I don't need the hard to make hatchet. I do have to do a lot more chopping. Petal. Seeds? Oh, they drop seeds too. And nectar. I don't think I've had nectar before. You don't generally enjoy liqueurs, right? It's too sweet. I can agree with that. I think sometimes I like liqueurs, but it's like, you can't, it's not for sustained drinking. It's like, it's literally just like to get a taste of it. But not be like, I'm going to have this glass of liqueur. It's like, it's more like just something you take a sip of. Or that you add to another cocktail to give it an infusion of flavor. Well, if I'd known that I could get seeds with my regular axe, I would have relied on that, the chitin axe a lot less. Ooh, what's over here? Oh, looks like the bee's been kicking the shit out of some beetles. Oh, that's nice when nature fights itself. Does my work for me. Oh. Although, we'll say it takes a lot of chops with this axe. What about Midori? I like Midori. I don't have a lot of alcohol in my house, but my roommate, I had a roommate in college, and his favorite drink was Midori sours. And that was the first time I tried Midori. And I was like, yeah, I'd get behind that. It's pretty tasty stuff. But I'm not sure if I've ever bought Midori. I can't recall if I've ever actually bought Midori. Tokyo iced tea is basically lethal. Long Island, but with Midori instead of Coke. Oh, so they take the one non-alcoholic ingredient out of Long Island iced tea and add a Midori. That actually sounds good. Is it any good? I haven't had that, but that sounds like a drink I would enjoy. Long Island iced teas were my drink of choice when I wanted to get super drunk. When I used to go clubbing, the first drinks I got in the habit of having were, I'm gonna kill this guy too. Sex on the Beach I really liked, which is sort of like, just tastes like punch almost. And then, get this guy. I like kamikazes, which were like, sort of like, almost like shots. Uh-oh. I should probably just come at him when he's here like this, just hit him. He didn't do a ton of damage either, but he's got that insect poison thing. Look, more chitin. Alright. What was that? Here it is. If you can tolerate a Long Island, Tokyo is a better version. Well, the thing that I liked about the Long Island is the ones that I liked the best, and maybe that meant they were the most watered down, but where I couldn't really taste how strong the alcohol is. I mean, I could taste that there was alcohol in it, but it was like a lot of alcohol that didn't make me want to gag, because I never really liked the taste of alcohol. So for me, that's why I liked all of those mixed drinks, is because the more it could feel like I was just having punch, the happier I was. Look at all these berries. I haven't come over to this. This is the first time I've come to this area. There's a lot of good shit over here. And those bees are good too. They're a lot less drama than some of those, like this cockroach that I was going after for the chitin. You drank 16 kamikazes one night, and the next day was rough. I never had that many kamikazes. When I was in my heyday of drinking, I would typically have about 6 to 8 drinks. Usually, probably throughout the night, I'd have about maybe 7 or 8. But like when I used to go TJ, I would start with, like, the bartenders even knew me, because for a while I'd go sometimes every week. I would walk into the place, and my first order would be, because their drinks were like 2 for 1 and shit. They always had specials. So I'd say 2 Sex on the Beach, 2 kamikazes. And it got to the point where I'd show up at the bar and the bartender would go, 2 Sex on the Beach, 2 kamikazes. And I go, yep. And then I'd sit down and just like drink them. And then I'd let that sink in. Basically, my friends used to think it was funny, because I'd sit down, I'd drink all that, and they would say, like, within the first half hour of us being there, it would seem like 1 minute I was sober, and then they look over at me, like, in the next minute, and I was just like, ah. You like your alcohol to taste good? Like, to not taste like alcohol. If I could drink Hawaiian Punch and get intoxicated, I would forego alcohol. Like, alcoholic drinks. So, yeah, I think that the Long Island was a way of, like, that packed so much alcohol into it And if it's made the way that I like it, it can be so you're not tasting it, but it's really, because for me, honestly, when I used to go partying and go drinking, go out, I was someone, my objective was to get drunk. Like, I didn't, because I go and get drunk and I be uninhibited, and then I try to, like, talk to girls and shit like that. So, my objective was to get drunk. It wasn't, like, just to have a drink or two, just take the edge off or whatever. I got more like that later. If I drink now, it's more like that, just to get a little bit of a thing going on. I don't like being fully drunk, mostly because, shit, is it gonna be night? It's gonna be nighttime soon. I get the fuck out of here. I don't want to be in the hard part of the forest, or at least hard for me, when night falls. I don't want to see what nighttime bees are like. At least not yet. Oh, okay. They scared the shit out of me. Just butterflies. Alright, it's time to put the pedal to the metal. Where even the fuck am I right now? Did I get... Oh, I'm like totally lost. Alright, let's here, my house is add or remove marker. My house is like right there. Yeah. So where... There, that's where I want to go. Oh, I'm gonna get trapped in the forest at night. Curses! I ran out of stamina. Okay. Curse me and by not paying attention. I'm gonna be fine. I think this is where I fought the cockroach too. I'm basically home already. Alright guys, it's gonna be okay. I'm gonna make it, don't worry. I'm not gonna have to fight nighttime bees. Yep, there we go. This is that first NPC. Or the next NPC. He's the guy that taught me how to make like stone-based shit. I already talked to him. Oh yeah, pina coladas are one of my favorites too. A well-made pina colada. Again, it's one of those where the alcohol doesn't kick you in the tonsils when you try and swallow it. You like a dark and stormy, the better version of the Moscow Mule. I think you've had a dark and stormy. I only recently discovered mules. Like, since we've lived in Portland, we went to a bar that had a bunch of different mules on their menu, and I was like, oh. So we tried some. I feel like people talked about daiquiris a lot in the 80s, but no one does today. I like daiquiris, too. I like them better than margaritas. And I forget what it was called, but it was a mix of, like, a pina colada and a daiquiri, a strawberry daiquiri. Like a half and half. And like those go together really well. Now I'm getting nostalgic just thinking about it. Do you like getting lost in the rain? Oh yeah, do you like pina coladas? Non-slushy margaritas rule. I'm a little bit indifferent to margaritas. Margaritas give me like heartburn a little bit sometimes, so it's like Amanda absolutely loves margaritas. I'll usually get, like, I would much rather have a pina colada than a margarita. Like, EVM with you, pina coladas are, like, one of my favorite drinks. Like a well-made pina colada. Just a lot of... It's hard to get a good pina colada in a lot of places. Like, where I would go in TJ, I don't think you could even order pina coladas. It's not like they got blenders and shit back there. Those people were pushing out the drinks like, you know... They were cheap and fast. It's like that, the Kids in the Hall girl drunk, the girl drink drunk with Dave Foley. Did I ever talk about that in stream? Or the guy's at a business meeting. This guy's goes out to a business lunch, and his boss or somebody's like, "Oh, have you ever tried it's like a chocolate something splash?" He's like, "It goes down like candy." He's like almost like a drug dealer, and then Dave Foley tries it. And he gets completely like alcoholic crazy on these girl drinks, and it flashes forward to like a month later, and looks like a complete mess, and he's like, "Excuse me for a moment," and he goes into a storage closet, and like you hear blenders going, and he's making these super elaborate drinks, and it puts like an umbrella on top, and then after he's finished making, he's like drinking it all like super voraciously, and then he comes out of the closet, and he's like, "Ah, yes, you were saying," like he's all fine. All right. So wait, what should I do in here now? I should probably I'm gonna repair some shit. My wood sword needed a little bit of materials. I can repair the crude hatchet now. But now I've learned the value of carrying both levels of hatchet with me. Because Titan can be a little bit hard to come by. So, let's see. Insect sting. Oh, wait. What other shit did he... Poisoned mace. I need bark, fiber string, poison glands. Okay, there's a lot of shit I don't have yet for this. What I need to do is get the ingredients to make the larger chest. Because with all this shit, my chests are going to build up fast. Or fill up fast. Poison arrows. Poison gland, insect sting. Did I get any... No, yeah, I got one poison gland. Okay. Insect fur. Nope, don't have any of those. Poison dart. Also insect fur. Fire arrows. Insect fur. I've never gotten insect fur. Alright, I'm losing track of the chat. Tequila sour. Only made with egg whites. Yeah, I have no fucking idea. My wife got me into whiskey sours. I'm usually not much of a whiskey person because, well, that's one of the few alcohols that I've been sick on more than once. It's like I can drink 6 to 8 shots of vodka, or back in the day. I don't think I could do it now, or if I did, I'd pay for it. But when my drinking limit was like 6 to 8 drinks a night, I could do vodka, but if I tried to do it with whiskey, there's a good chance I get sick. A watermelon mojito. Well, I think like Midori is watermelon flavored, but it's like it's sort of enough of its own. Like I think the first time I had Midori, I didn't know what fruit it was. I just know I liked the flavor. Better skin those insects. Yep. Get that insect fur. Oh, is it honeydew melon? I thought it was like a watermelon flavor. All right. That checks out. All right. So, I think I'm going to put some of this extra random shit in here. Insect wings. All right, let's I'm starving to death here. Oh yeah, I was gonna make bandages. That's why I was collecting fiber. I'm gonna make a stack of 20 bandages. There we go. Let's cook up those ant skewers. Okay, beetle sausage, insect fat, and beetle heart. But I think beetle hearts can be used for something else. Fey chowder? Yes. It wait, I want to see what, oh, I already had that. So like the food that I'm eating gives you 30 nourishment and then blocks nourishment loss for 180 seconds. So it stabilizes your nourishment meter. Some of these more advanced foods, like this one does 50 nourishment, which is, 30 to 50. Which is a significant leap up, and blocks your nourishment loss for 360 seconds. And so twice the amount. So there's definite advantages to getting better foods. Fade chowder requires garlic leaf. But I'm thinking I might save up some of these beetle faces. Beetle hearts. I need bigger. I'm going to run out of space in here. I'm like running out of... Alright, we'll put the stingers in here. We'll put the chitin in here. Put the mandibles in here. Eight. Fiber we'll hold on to. Ah, I got so much shit now. Insect wings. Nectar gathered from flowers, explicit drop to liquid, have been used by small folk for centuries for medicinal properties. Honeydew milk tea, which you haven't had in like 10 years. It's also very. I don't think I've had honeydew milk tea. I think the main thing that I've had was when I discovered boba milk tea, but it was not. There weren't different versions of it. It was basically just a black tea based milk tea. I became, like, obsessed with that shit, though. Like, I got to where I think I spent, like, $80 to have this, like, make-it-home packaging of bobas. I went a little crazy making boba milk tea. And then thinking about boba milk tea is actually making me hungry. I like drinks that can also feel like a snack too. That's why I like chocolate milk. Chocolate milk feels like I'm drinking and having a snack at the same time. Like a treat snack. There's one thing I wish I could do, like in Conan Exiles, is can I stack chests? Put them on walls? Throw them on top of other things? Put it on the chair? No. I don't like that shit. Building decorations? So they're like cabinets? I don't think cabinets do shit. I don't have sufficient material. I need bark to make cabinets. I need bark to make that shit. Table? No, that's not going to let me do multi-level. Cap table? These are just decorative. I get into that eventually, but what I like right now is, well, this is also why I was going to start expanding. Maybe I should just expand anyways, even though I can't make the roof all the way across. I can still make this room bigger. I could do the same thing up there. Okay, I could still make it. It's not going to be the way that I want it exactly. I don't know if I'm going to do it in this stream. But I am running into this situation where I'm running out of storage space. Like I could use a room that's just a bunch of fucking chests. Okay. We'll put this away. So what is it that I want to make next? There's all this flint stuff. I'm not sure where to get flint. Is there anything that I'm able to make? Flint spear, flint sword. Flint pickaxe, flint hatchet. flint arrows, stone bricks. I should make a stone brick and see if any new recipes pop up. Perfect for robust building. Building. I think it's popping up here. Oh, maybe I need to make the next level of, make a stone hammer. What kind of hammer am I using? I'm using a builder's hammer. Oh, this is just for combat, though. The builder's hammer is for construction. The stone hammer. I thought, oh, maybe the stone hammer is for building more advanced things. Although I should use it, though, because it does more damage than my sword. And different creatures are more vulnerable to different kinds of things. Get flint from shoveling piles of gravel. I haven't noticed any piles of gravel yet. That's why I like Huel. Yeah, it's like a drink. It's also like having your innards scoured. Well, no, it's like having a meal. It's like a meal replacement, Brad. That was the point I was making. Drinks that are like, whatever. You used to make tapioca pearls at your frozen yogurt job. Oh, yeah, that is a thing. I think I've seen it at froyo places, too. So, it's just when I lived in LA, our building had, like, a bar and a cafe, like, attached to it. And I used to go to the cafe in the mornings and get breakfast burritos, like, almost, sometimes every morning, like, for, or many mornings per week, I would get breakfast burritos. And they had signs up for, like, oh, boba milk tea. And I was like, that looks interesting. So I just ordered it because that was someplace I went all the time, and they had these big signs up, and I was like, yeah, let's try it. I think Amanda and I were in there once, like, let's give it a shot. It was like 2005, 2006. And, yep, I was immediately like, ooh, it's a drink with stuff that you chew in it. It's a drink with food in it. Okay, I'll take it. Well, no, Brad, because Soylent is made of people. Huel is made, I think, primarily of like quinoa and other very what are considered to be very superfoodish type grains. So similar in that it is it's a meal replacement, but not made with people. Alright, so I'm not sure exactly what I should be making with brick. Shaped stone, stackable. And I like, nope, I can't use it. Oops. Alright, I didn't mean to eat, but that's fine. Active. Stone cutter. So yeah, obviously I made the stone cutter. Okay, there's also... I need wood. I can make an apothecary table. A tannery. I need flint for that. A covered bed. Slightly more comfortable. I'm not sure what practical effect that has. The thing that I'm missing that I haven't found yet is garlic leaf. And then also garlic leaf is how you can make bigger chests with a medium capacity. Huel is made by people, of people, and for people. See, it's very utilitarian. It's for everyone. You know? How long? It's been around since the 80s in Taiwan? Okay. I never heard of it until 2005. And that's when I lived in Koreatown in LA. And so my assumption was that's why I hadn't seen it before, and now suddenly I was seeing it. But oh yeah, boba milk tea with the big straws to suck those bobas up. Oh my gosh, I want boba milk tea really bad. And I know that there are places in like the Portland area. There's chains. I'm sure there are other places too where there's like a ton of different types of milk teas that you can have your bobas in. I went there. It's funny. I have one of my friends from my D&D group who lives on the East Coast, but he comes out to Portland sometimes for his job. Because I think they're headquartered here. So maybe like once a year or so he comes out, and we'll always visit when he comes out. And he's always introducing me to like places to go eat and do things that I didn't know about myself. And he knows because he finds out through the people he works with. So that, yeah, it was some boba place, and that's where I went in. And I saw like all the menus of all the different types of milk teas. I was like, oh my god. It wasn't near my house. If it was closer to my house, it was like on the other side of town. I bet there's some closer options to get. There's a lot of foodie shit around where I am too, so I just probably haven't looked for it. You never knew about it till 2015, Evie? So, well, and I just don't know. See, for me, I don't know how much of it is me just not paying attention to shit. Like, it could have been all over the place. Like, I still knew people who in, like, the 2000s or 2010s were still like, well, I ain't trying none of that. Sushi. Like, and I thought sushi was one of those things where back in the 80s, people were like, oh, what's sushi? That sounds weird. Then you try it and it becomes sort of normal. And I mean, some people never get used to it, but I just remember like everyone's like, sushi, raw fish? And I can still remember, I think it was 18 or 19 the first time I tried sushi. And I had a girlfriend, I was visiting LA, and she was like, oh, let's go out for sushi. And I'm like, raw fish? Like, that just sounds gross. That's like, it's too extreme. And she's like, no, I swear, you try it, you'll like it. And then there's some of them that they do cook. So I'm like, okay. And pretty much one trip to a sushi bar was all it took. And I fucking loved sushi. I'm like, give me more of that raw fucking fish. Give it to me. But that was an example of something where, like, I went to LA where it was kind of mainstream. And that's where my girlfriend lived at the time, too. And I grew up in San Diego, which is a lot more sort of conservative and not, it's like suburban areas that I was in. And like, that was not, I don't even know if there were sushi restaurants, but if there were, I was fucking ignoring them. So, like, me and most people I knew were like, ooh, raw fish? Yuck, that's gross. Why do people eat that? You get indignant when people order cooked fish sushi? I like it sometimes. I mean, what I like I like regular salmon rolls, but I also, or salmon like sashimi, but I also like seared salmon. And I like the seared salmon because it's still almost like the texture of raw, but then it's got that seared taste to it too, which I think I like seared stuff. And I also like eel, and I think that they cannot give you raw eel. I think it's like poisonous or venomous or something. They can't. Well, not venomous because that's something that bites you. But I thought I heard that you can't. It's bad for you to eat uncooked eel. So eel was one of the first things that I discovered that I loved, and that's another one of those things where, conceptually, like, oh, eel, gross, ew, slimy, weird, and then like I tried it and I was like, this is fucking good. Give me more of that damn eel. Raw eel isn't a thing. That's what I thought. So, sushi, your friend ordered 4 different things of sushi when you hung out, and your fridge is full of it. I hope that was very recently, because I don't think sushi is the kind of thing you want. Like, I'm just gonna pick at this sushi over the next week. You gotta get through that shit. I think I'm also paranoid about fish because I've been violently ill off of fish leftovers on occasion. All right. And sign, I don't know what the use is for sign. So maybe I do need to, should I expand my house? I feel like expanding my house is something that's going to just be like a pain in the ass to do on stream. And yet, and here I am. I'm like, oh, I won't bore you all by building my house. Here, first person might be nice. I did also kind of like this area being kind of like a patio too, you know? What are they doing it back here? That. Alright, I think this is... I have my... my window schemes. Oh, I think that was not lined up correctly. All right. Oh, damn it! That was not what I meant to do. But, I mean, as long as I've done it already. Oh, I think I can't... I've got to be careful about removing too many walls here. Don't I? Hmm. Can I get away with doing this? All right, and then I'll build a whole crap ton of chests along the back wall. Remove the walls to see if the roof will stay up. That's what I'm kind of wondering, because I know I can't build new stuff. Like in certain other games like Valheim, if you remove this stuff, it like literally will collapse. All right, let's the thing that's a little bit unwieldy is when you're in first person, it does this like sway effect. But when you're in third person, it's way too tight in here. All right, this kind of works. This is third person zoomed all the way in. All right, let's continue with our ridiculous quantity of chests. That's the front, right? I think I put the first one in backwards. All right, that should be enough for a start, don't you think? Let's undo this one. Build a center wall for support? So, well, from like, and this is, I think, just something that I noticed in the trailer that I downloaded, but when you're building bigger, you use support poles. It's the same way in Valheim. You have like support beams that you'll just have in the middle of the room, and that's how you build bigger structures. So I'm thinking before you do that, and all you have are walls, because building you have foundations, which is this. Or you have building, but there's no support beams. It's either walls and it's twigs and leaf wall. Twigs and leaf. Everything is leaves. So I think really it's support beams are the things that are going to open things up for you. But what I'm going to do is remove stuff selectively. And get rid of the campfire. And then, like, I should probably have a place for, like, stairs to go up, huh? So, you know what I'll do? I'm gonna put this wall back. Inventory's looking pretty full. So before I can start juggling stuff, I'm going to actually need to start putting things away. So, let's see. Animals. All this stuff. We'll say natural resources. People resources, so that's screws and bottle caps right now. Animal resources, insect sting, mandibles, insect wings, chitin. Even for now, seeds. I'm not processing them. Finished resources. I don't need wood carrying around. I do not need bricks carrying around. Poison gland. I think I'm already using... I've got this going in here. Natural resources include all of this resin that I don't need. Nectar from flowers. Yes, I'll put that in there too. Beetle hearts. That's food. But I think I was running out of items in my food chest. A room in my food chest. But I'll put that in there. Alright. I don't mind keeping stacks of the basic crafting materials. Wood, stone, resin, insect fat I've got going in here. Alright, I think I'm more or less happy with that for now. The place is looking good! Thank you. And so what I was going to do is I'm going to remove the wood chair. And the chest. I'm gonna put another chest here to just to replace that one. I'm gonna take this wall out. I'm gonna take this ceiling out. And then I am... Oh, let me pick this up. I'm going to build stairs to the second level here. Just to plan for the future. Need the long stairs. Will this work like this? Yes. Alright. And so this is all obviously still kind of unacceptably open. And I can't build anything across the top here. Or can I? Oh, maybe I was trying to build flooring up there. Nope, not enough structural support. Alright, definitely doesn't care for that. So, one thing I would like is to build... I don't like areas that are all confined like this. Like, I prefer higher ceilings rather than these, like, sort of one-level ceilings. But I prefer this sort of more open area. And it's almost like if I'm going to be building higher, I almost want to just build like all the walls of the first floor be 2 stories high. I don't know. I think I'm going to end up making a pretty funky looking house. Hungry and thirsty? All right. Well, there's like, maybe I shouldn't worry about it until I get to the area where they have the like higher building materials and stuff, because there's a lot more workstations and shit that I don't have. And a lot more different ingredients and crafting materials that I know I'm going to need eventually. So I'm going to need a lot of storage. I'm going to need a lot of workspace. Why are you being finicky? Here, you're right there. It's doing this slight little sway thing again. All right, we're gonna put the walls in. Wall there. Oh, insufficient materials. Oh, Lord, what am I missing? Fiber. It's always fiber, isn't it? So, yeah, it's starting to look like a proper haunted mansion or some shit. I don't know. The green planky walls. Yeah, it is kind of a... It looks kind of like a slum. It looked charming before, but the bigger it gets, the more like a shithole it looks. All right, we'll put this away. Oh, I don't have a... I thought I had like a whole big back stock of fiber too, and I don't. All right, well, the day is young. And my inventory... Oh, my inventory is fucking full of shit. Okay. This was going to be where I put equipment that I'm not currently using. And I think I'm good with all of this stuff. I need a couple of vehicles on cinder blocks. On yeah, on the lawn. A busted up car. I'm working on, you know, it's my passion project. Everyone's got to have a passion project on the front lawn, don't they? A broken snowmobile. It's like, hey, I got this old Mustang. It was only $100. It's gonna cost me $20,000 to get it running again, but my passion project. It's out on the front lawn now, rusting. Yeah, I could get more fiber from a local cereal aisle. That's true. Although, you gotta watch what you're getting, because a lot of those junk cereals are very low in fiber, you know? I'm old enough not to bother with that shit. I go straight to Metamucil. No, that's so far in my life has not been a problem. All right, dude, this is actually, I don't know if this is a stealth thing at all. It's super fucking slow. But I would like to get by the... Actually, you know what? I think I can just run past this guy. All I know is this guy's a lot of fucking work. For one kite. I know there are other creatures out here. It's a little bit like MMOs where you get a certain distance away from their spawn point and they'll run back. At least some other things were. Maybe this guy doesn't do that. Now, he's pretty much like in it to win it. Oh, there he goes. That dude had a long range. Alright, this ant I can deal with, though. Alright. I don't know how well the block is working, but I'm experimenting with it. I'll keep collecting blackberries. Coca-Cola with fiber? Not that I'm aware of. How does that... Is it like grainy? Is it like Huel flavored, or Coke flavored Huel? What's the deal? It's like Coke. It's gritty. I bet the reason Brad is so opposed to Huel is because he's been scarred by Coca-Cola with fiber. Now when he hears anything that reminds him of Coca-Cola with fiber, he recoils. How many arrows do I have, by the way? 65, okay. I wasn't really keeping track, but I knew I made a stack of around 100. Somebody's getting hit. Oh, I didn't mean to draw both of you assholes. Okay, well, good to know. The bees, swarm. Oh, that went smoothly. Hey, honey crumble! Alright, honey crumble is something I saw an ingredient for a bunch of things. And I assumed it probably had something to do with bees, but I didn't know where you got... Oh, insect fur, too? Hey, you guys remember when I was like, gee, I wish I had some insect fur? Hey. Hey, hey, hey. Alright, yeah, bees actually aren't that tough, are they? More honey crumble. Oh, bees, they got so much good stuff. Wait, are they dropping the... Oh, you know what? Those were... It was wasps that had the chitin. I don't think these guys are dropping any. Although I am liking that honey crumble. It does. Sounds really good. Sounds like a... honeycomb cereal or a... honey nut crunch. Graham cracker? What is the one graham cracker? The golden grahams? So this only requires a wood hatchet too, huh? Why was I getting so bent out of shape? I felt like I needed to get the kite and axe. I thought there was something. I did come across something where you needed a kite and axe. But I thought all these big stocky things required it. Ooh, a new attribute point. Oops, wrong button. Wrong button. Attributes. Let's see. Each dexterity increases your speed by 0.5%. That's not a lot. I guess I guess if you max it out, that's a 50% increase. That's significant, but here, let's go. Boop, boop. There we go. Honey bunches of oats, yeah. I am killing honeybees. I'm wondering now that I realize, because the thing I killed before was a wasp, and I'm wondering if the honeybees are hostile or not if you leave them alone. They certainly swarm you if you attack one of them in a group. You think he enjoys Taylor Swift? All right. I guess I'm not sure what criteria is for someone to enjoy Taylor Swift. And you're saying he looks like a teenage girl. I don't know I don't even really know who Taylor Swift's audience is. Oh god, another fucking cockroach. Cockroaches are around. Brood hatchet. That's the one that does the kite. So it's those mauve plants. Those are the ones that I ran into. They drop flower petals, which I haven't got enough ingredients to make anything out of yet. There's a bunch of ladybugs down there. Oh god, what's coming after me? Oh. Carpenter ant warrior. Carpenter ants. The weakest ants. Very dramatic combat music. Come and get me! What are you doing, buddy? Are you coming at me? Level 7 ladybug looking aggressive as shit. Alright, fine. You know what? You want to be aggressive? Here. I don't need no tood from you, ladybug. They should have termites. That would be unappealing. Who's to say that there aren't any, Brad? I haven't discovered a ton of what's in this game to be discovered. In fact, where the fuck am I right now? Alright. What kind of thing is this? Brood hatchet for this, too. I never wear this thing. I still have my other hatchet with me? Oh, and the stone hammer, too. I forgot I made the stone hammer. Now I wish I had more action slots. Only 8? I need multiple action bars with so I can hit shift and select the next column. This is the whole game. Chop down plants, fight ants and bees. What about the cockroach, Brad? And the grasshopper, I did come across a grasshopper, but it was not hostile. Big old log. Let's see, what time is it in the day? Alright, still early in the day. Not so much early in the night in real life, though. Gonna keep a tight look on that. I still actually need to eat something, too. Ooh, there's a wasp. There are wasps! Okay, they have that chitin that I like. But now I'm curious to see what's across this big old log. I love the lighting and the color palette in this game. This game just makes me feel happy being in this world. It's really, I don't know. Alright. There are hot wasps out here! Have more Taco Bell? I do have a little bit of Taco Bell. I only have one extra burrito, though. Big old dragonfly. I bet this game is a blast when someone with balls plays it. Does this look like the kind of game that someone with balls would want to play, Maxie? I mean, honestly, think about the target audience. Oh, man, I didn't want to hurt nothing. What do you mean? Balls. I've got testicles. What are you talking about? Let me go pick these flowers now. Oh, no. This ant is forcing me to kill it. You probably wouldn't. See, there's a man with balls. Says he's not into it. Oh, and I keep forgetting I need fiber. Super basic ingredient that's everywhere, and I've been ignoring it. Ah, nope. I don't want to mess with your shit. Piercing damage. And he's resistant to edge damage. Alright. Well, that could be a problem, because that's all that I've used is edge damage. Because what I think I figured out now is I need to equip that hammer. Unfortunately, when he's, like, licking my asshole, I can't stop and equip it. Alright. Here's the stone hammer. I'll put that on slot 5. Hey, it's Mike EL the Gamer. Man with balls. You're welcome, Mike. Perfect timing. How you doing, man? Perfect timing. Hashtag blame G-Law. Remember that back in the day? Hashtag blame G-Law? I got blamed for all the weird shit. I may be remembering that wrong. How you doing, Mike? Good to see you. All right. You come at me. You bitch. Okay. Nope. He still got me. All right. That was easier not using a an edged weapon that he's resistant to. That was significantly easier. Oh, you do remember hashtag blame Mike. Okay. That's true. I mean, how do you think I still have pipe cock as a donation notifier? Ah. Oh, seduce the beetle with a magical pan flute. Is it Yanni with the pan flute? I think it's Yanni. I've been up to that owl. And I think some of these trees, if you get super high up in them, there's like special locations where you can build bases and I don't know, certain trees that are like world trees or life trees, and they're really special. I haven't been able to climb one yet. You can also get wings in this game to fly, so I'm thinking maybe that's why I haven't been able to. There's one giant tree has like mushrooms going up, but I could never jump high enough to get more than a few mushrooms up. Oh yeah, Willy Bum Bum. Oh yeah, that stirred some shit up. I pretty much had to, for Nick's benefit, had to vow that I would never show that again. The other thing that changed on YouTube over the years is At a certain point, they got more aggressive about doing like takedowns and stuff. Ah! Okay, they are vulnerable to edge damage. So the ants, my sword probably is the best move, even though overall it does a little bit less damage. But I think I took a wrong turn. I didn't mean to come this way. I took the shortcut through the ant hive. Yeah, come on. Now that I have the power of bandages, I'm just going to let you guys hit me. Because you don't hit that hard. Not going to play Dark Souls dodging with you guys. Let's have some mushroom steak. Come back to our majestic home. 25. I really did not collect that much fiber, did I? I went out to get fiber and basically totally forgot that's why I went out. Yeah, you just found out about Sinead O'Connor? Yeah, that was yesterday, I think. Finally, I can finish the front windows of my house. Let's see. We'll work on this situation later. Alright, we're gonna get this out. I think I wanted to do a window here. And then a whole wall here. Could I possibly get some of them curved? Like this? It's getting really fidgety. There we go. Okay. Maybe I'm gonna be able to do this. Oh. Alright, so this is probably a byproduct of all those walls I took out earlier. Isn't that just like us men? Go out to buy fiber because we need it at our age. And you can, oh, what do you mean our age? I think you're considerably younger than I am, Mike. Well, maybe not considerably. Then you come back with a new reciprocating saw and try to convince your wife that you might need it. Yep, happens to me all the time. Alright, you know what? I think a couple of these walls would just close it back up. I'll bet I can put that last roof panel up now. Maybe. Still does not like it. Weird. Okay. You're 44. Okay. So you're not, like, terribly old. I'm turning Turning 50 this year, Mike. Yeah. So, I'm not having I don't know, midlife crisis exactly, or if I am, it's coming out in a kind of, in a kind of good way. I've been like being healthy this year. I've lost 30 pounds. I know Jay Maxey losing 43 pounds, but I've been eating and exercising this year. So that's been how I've been dealing with the fact that I'm turning 50. That is in fact the thing that is happening to me this year. I still have Taco Bell once a week. It's contractually obligated. Nick, you're going to be 40 in a month. So like I'd forgotten this, but I'm like almost exactly 10 years older than you. Like we turn the same each year. We align by exactly 10 years difference in age. Well, I remember you became a grandfather at 35. You got that out of your way early, being a grandfather. Now it's time to be great grandfather or great. Are you great grandfather yet, Mike? You still have 6-pack abs, so no, that hasn't been a problem for me. My whole life has been about like, I don't like exercise. So my trick this year is I found stuff that I enjoy doing, like Beat Saber. Beat Saber, I've done it. Lost a ton of weight. I attribute to Beat Saber. And then also living in Oregon, there's a lot of really cool like forest paths and trails right near my house. So it's really easy for me to just like walk out of my apartment and walk to like a natural park area that's pretty close by. And yeah, like there's a route that I can take through the trails in the local nature park that like 5 miles. It's pretty much walking almost all the trails they have in there because it's not like actual wilderness. There's a place called Forest Park nearby. It's got literally like hundreds of miles of trails in it. But then there are other areas where it's like it's just sort of an area in town that they didn't develop and is set aside, and they have like paths leading all through it, like a few miles of paths. But it's sort of like the size of like Disneyland or something. Except instead of like Main Street and Tomorrowland and all that shit, it's just like different sort of forested biomes. There's some marshy areas and conifer, like pine areas and ash. There's a birch area. There's different areas where different trees are growing. Almost it feels like a natural theme park. Only 31. Yeah. Yeah, Chauncey still exists. I think I want to say Chauncey was probably born in 2009 or 2010. I think 2009. We got her when she was a year old. I think we got her in 2010. So she's old. She's getting real weird. She's still laying eggs. I don't know when that shit stops. I kind of wish she'd stop. She gets fucking crazy when she's laying eggs. You know what? I'm going to get out of game because I'm kind of done playing for the night. I'm not leaving the stream. I'm just going to go to thanks for watching stream. So I'm not sitting here just talking while my guy slowly starves to death. So, Smalland, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, I feel like Chauncey may not be around forever. She seems like she's going a little bit blind and just getting a little bit weird. I don't know for all the egg laying she does, but she's sort of like, I think she might be in pain or discomfort or something because she's just very like screamy all the time. And usually it's like I'll go and try to give her treats, or she likes it when I hand feed her stuff, so she'll always like nibble at it and stuff, but then she'll just like keep screeching and just acting like just really pissed off all the time. So I'm like, all right. I mean, she doesn't bite, she's not like hostile or anything to me, but she's just like always she has this real like whiny, like I'm unhappy sounding screech, and like there's some emergency that she needs me to fix. It's kind of sound, and I'm like, I don't know what else I can do. So yeah, you were actually EV23 when you started watching. That's true. Smalland was like a dozen other games I streamed. Well, no, I was a little pixie person in a giant forest, Brad. I haven't done that before. Haven't streamed that before, have I? It was a lot like a dozen other games I've streamed in the sense that I went out, I collected resources, I crafted like tools, I built houses. I'll give you that, yeah. You know that's my kind of game. I'm always trying different ones. I'm always enjoying playing different ones. And then there's stuff like I really like the forest, but it gets a little bit too intense for me. Like the mutant creatures come after you. I don't want to turn them off all the way because I like there to be some challenge, but that shit, they creep me out. They fuck up my shit. And then I don't want to play anymore. It's like, that was too much, that thing. That thing was too disturbing. Why is it attacking my house? Why did it get over my wall? It's not supposed to come over my wall. I built the wall to keep it out. I put a skin on one of those other games. Yeah, it's true. There's a definite crafting survival formula. It's very popular in some circles, not the Brad Pritchard circle, but in some circles, and I happen to be in one of those circles. So I like that kind of game. And I'm sure there's certain genres of game, Brad, that you enjoy, that you'll play other games that are kind of like that game. Yeah. No shame in liking certain kinds of games and playing multiple different games that are like that game that you like. I could just play Minecraft. I played the shit out of Minecraft years ago to the point where I kind of got like, eh. Yeah, that's the thing. That if I play 200 hours in a game, sometimes I'm just like, I've had enough of that game. And like, I'll go back to it sometimes, but I'm never going to get back into it like I did then. So, but you may or may not have noticed that I would repeatedly remarked how much I enjoyed the feel of being in that world. So a lot of times it's just about like, you know, 7 years. Yeah, it's been, let's see, my first stream, I believe, was in November of 2015. So yeah, it'll be 8 years. It will be 8 years this year. Right around the time I turn 50, my stream is going to turn 8. It feels like only yesterday that you were talking about nude mods in the Saboteur. You spanned your chat about Xenoblade Blade Chronicles. Ah, the memories. Actually, I think the nude was just a setting in game. I didn't have to. That's one of the few times I didn't have to go to special websites to download mods to make things lewd in my games. But first, it will be Hawktober. Are you guys looking forward to another Hawktober where I stream a whole bunch the first week and then guys don't see me till after? It seems to be my thing as I get all hyped for Hawktober, and then it hits, and like the first week I'm like, bonus stream on the weekend. By the second week I'm like, okay, no more bonus stream, but I'm gonna, and then like the third week I'm just gone. Like, you guys, I'm fucking tired. I can't stream. And one week I actually missed, I missed actual Halloween, didn't I? August. Evie loves Hawktober. Yeah, you would have catch. It was one of my first streams, Evie. I don't think it was my first, but it was like, it might have been the first night that I streamed. The first night I streamed a couple times. Yeah, you're the first person that came back or kept coming back. There was some other kid, he came back a couple times, and he'd just show up, and he'd be like, hey, what's up? And hang out for a minute, and he'd be like, then he'd just leave, or be gone. And it's like, okay. It's a neat allegory. You love watching me slowly age, year by year, losing enthusiasm for October. It's a neat allegory for age and die. Yeah. Yeah. Although, one thing that is nice, I mean, this is sort of why I'm doing what I've been doing, is in some ways I'm healthier now than I've been since you guys met me. I might be at the healthiest that I've ever been right now since you guys have known me. So that feels kind of nice. But speaking of healthy, it's almost midnight. I don't want to fuck around. I need to eat. My sleep got so out of whack this week. Like sometimes I just get my rhythm messed up. That I actually called in sick yesterday. Like, because I just hadn't slept enough cumulatively for like 3 days in a row. And when I got up yesterday, I was just like, it's fucking exhausted. So I was like, And Wednesdays are kind of a slow day for me. I've got my weekly cycle at work. Because like certain days are really fucking busy. Thursday, for example, really fucking busy. So yeah, I just was like yesterday, I was like, fuck it, I'm just taking a day off. So for me, messing up my sleep can have real practical side problems, impacts. So I'm gonna wrap this up, you guys. You know how it works. You got all excited watching me play Small World or Smalland. Except for Brad. Brad hated it. Everyone else, I'm sure, loved it. The rest of you all loved the Smalland, except for Brad. I bet Nick was indifferent too. Halls of Torment, which is kind of like Vampire Survivor. Okay. Did you mention that last week, Nick? Wait, you think I hate you because I burn out in October, or because I'm going to bed now? I can't wait to watch Dale and Tucker again. Evie23 liked it. Even if nobody else did. But 4 people voted for it. Maxie voted for it. We could have watched Jagged Alliance again tonight. You now live closer to the actual Lawhawk than G-Law? So you in Fort Worth? Is it Fort Worth is where he lives? Or Houston? I think it was Fort Worth, wasn't it? We need more watch-alongs this October. That was fun. That was fun. I can see doing that again. I haven't had the initiative to do it. Because I was even thinking, like, we could do it other times, not just October. But then it's like, I just haven't. Oh my God. All right. No more bullshit. Here. Lights out, guys. Lights out. All right, calm down. You guys, way too hyper now. You know what you need to do? Dim those lights. Dim lights. Take deep breath. Unclench your butt muscles. That's the most important one. You got to relax, but then you don't realize you're still clenching your butt muscles like a vice. You need to relax that. Not so much that, you make a mess or anything. You got to keep it in control. You got to still be in control to an extent, but just try to relax. That's all I'm saying. Go to sleep and good night. Your eyes are getting so heavy. Go to sleep now, Matus, Brad Pritchard, Eve23, Mike EL, the gamer, Nick C. Go to sleep. Joss, who's probably lurking. I'll be waiting for you in your dreams. There he is. All right, Mike, you get a no clench. Or you get a no unclenching pass on this one. Keep them clenched, buddy.